it becomes your land. Or could tell a bank right off that date, if you borrowed money from a bank and they are claiming that you pay back, just say no, you write off that date, please. Why are you disturbing my person? Or if you are found guilty, like Paul Gay, and you're supposed to, you're bankrupt, declared bankrupt, you must forfeit your political office. The president could just cancel that and say, no, this is my man. He must continue as a member of parliament, as a minister. He's going nowhere. And there's nothing. So, very powerful position. Now, you know what it means if a president does not visit your region at that time? It means government officials will take the cue that this area here is marginalized. You just go there to work. You don't do anything that may annoy the president. The president does not get along with the political elite in this area. So you don't pretend to be a Kenyan and you want to serve people there. No, you go there, just concentrate yourself to the duties that you are supposed to exercise. What does that mean, JM? What does that mean in terms of the economy and the living conditions of people in such an area, where a president is so powerful that they dictate where national resources go and where they don't go? What does that mean? What I'm saying, Jamie, if you don't understand these things, you may just call Kaluma like somebody who is a tribalist. You know, that's what you will call him. But he's not just a tribalist. In fact, he's going to tell you he's not a tribalist. His views, the things he tweets about, are about the baggage of history that he was born in, he grew up in. His ancestors had to contend with, his forefathers had to contend with. And therefore, when he tells you, president coming to our area, this is something we celebrate, you could laugh at him. That he's some excited, member of parliament. But you go to history. The president has not stepped in your area for almost 10 years. What does that mean? So we don't understand these things, Jim, and therefore we talk a lot about meritocracy. There's no meritocracy in a country that is riddled with inequalities and division. There cannot be such a thing. And that's why in the US...
Sometimes I feel like we do understand. The only challenge is that we are leading a country that conveniently gives other people a pass, whether it's, Kate or whatever it is. There's so many names we can name about these people who are in leadership. But there are people who are given a pass, and then we can find a way of explaining them on why and where they're coming from. Because if we are talking about the marginalization and, of course, the power of the presidency and what you've explained, there are quite a number of course, other regions that were equally marginalized, whether it's by Moi, whether it's by Kenyatta, the first, and all that. But how we bring that out to the point of now people trying to label others, that, for example, one of his quotes, one of his posts is that, the Kikuyus are mad because Ruto has agreed to work with the Luo nation. Okay. Let's look at the implication of such kind of statements from leaders who need to be called out and these things to be addressed. How does he arrive at that?
Jim, you can hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Jim, I'm saying you don't treat symptoms. We are obsessed with symptoms. Look, just read what other societies where people are not ethnically conscious have done. Just read. And that will tell you what we did not do, or those who came before us did not do. What they did not do is to factor diversity in governance. They did not do that. So you focusing on Kaluma or Kamtet, you're focusing on symptoms, not on what made it possible for a society to have people who speak like that. That's what I'm saying. Singapore is like a cliche, but it will remain a cliche. Because when Lee Kuan Yew decided to modernize Singapore. He did not overlook ethnic diversity in Singapore. He began by recognizing that Singapore is made up of ethnic groups. Point number one. He did not focus on development, GDP. I don't know, we are one people. No, he realized that kind of politics is based on denialism. There are the Chinese in this country, we have got the Malay in this country, there are Indians in this country. And whatever program I come up with, it must factor in that. That was the decision he made. Now, by doing so, the Chinese, the Indians, the Malays, none of those ethnic groups, as we speak now, feel left out of the economic boom of Singapore as a first world country. Get it very clearly. With us, we want to talk about meritocracy in a country that is riven by divisions and inequalities and marginalization. It's not going to work. Because people are not beginning on the same slaves. They are not. That's why there are things like affirmative action, even in the US. Now, as we speak, they still talk about diversity, equity, inclusivity. Just read their politics. What does that mean? That people will be included in the American society on the basis of ethnicity, race, gender. They go even sexual orientation, culture, name it. Those things, you don't ignore those things in development. You don't. You are doing nothing because they'll come to haunt you. So don't focus on Comtet and say moral equivalence. No, these people are saying the same thing that Wamunyori said. No politician should be speaking like that in the first place. None of them. Whether you come from Nyanza or Kikuyu land or Turukana, no politician should speak like that in the first place. But because they speak like that, if you are a leader in Kenya, don't condemn them and tell them to appear before that National Cohesion and Integration Commission. That's being silly. Focus on why those politicians are talking the way they are talking. And what can you do to prevent politicians from talking like that? Programs of inclusivity, these things about diversity, inclusivity, and equity. Those are the things that kill tribal and ethnic politics. Nothing else. So we think these people are morally bankrupt, or we think they're inciting Kenyans, or we think they're being unpatriotic. That's simplistic. That's completely simplistic. So if you're a president in Kenya, JM, and you don't reflect on these issues, you will not move. And that's why Kibaki, whatever he had achieved for the first 5 years, from 2002 to 2007, went up in flames. Why? Because he ignored this politics that Lee Kuan Yew first had to understand. That America is still grappling with, even as a first world as it is, the most advanced, as it were, others would contest, economy in the world. They're still grappling with this politics. Because if you talk about meritocracy, it will be about, do you have the certificate? Yes, you do. You get the job. But people will tell you in Turkana, they have not accessed education for so long. They may not have those papers for those jobs that you have advertised. What do? You may say, come for this tender. Do you have a company? But people in other places don't have companies. So they can't bid for those tenders. So what do? Meritocracy. Then you reserve wealth in the hands of a few people at the expense of others. You reserve jobs in the hands of the so-called qualified at the expense of others who may not be qualified, not because they are lazy, but they have never had opportunities, JM. Like, these questions are big. They're not personality-based questions. They're big questions.
That's true. I agree with you. These are big questions, and they really must be addressed. And I agree. The best way is to go to the root cause of this. Nilikuwa nimeona Mheshimiwa Josephine here. I wish you can please get the mic again. I didn't get a chance. Wanda, you dropped when you're in the middle of your submission. I don't know if you but speak sijui kama Dolphin amemaliza kupika, but we're addressing quite a number of issues, wide range governance, how we are as a people, and really what can make a difference. But I like challenging you on personal responsibility. Have we as a people now, if we left governance aside, stop taking personal responsibility for what we should do to contribute to our society, to be a better society? That now we are more focused on the failures of the government and everything else, but individually we are probably either doing the same. We can't save, we can't do anything, we are very wasteful and stuff like that. Like individual responsibility. I know, yes, we have been wounded as Western put it, like the large percentage of the country doesn't have the wealth that is owned by Kenya. But from an overall picture, are we a country that is just not taking responsibility? One.
Thank you. One, it's good to appreciate that the discussions are there. People are now beginning to speak about these things. It has been a problem in our country for so many years that as a people we have not been ready to take individual responsibility in ensuring that we play our roles as citizens, as senior citizens, and make decisions knowing that whatever decisions that we're making will affect not just us but other generations that relies on the decisions that we make. And you'll agree with me that in terms of when it comes to making decisions, we have always compromised ourselves and we have always allowed politicians to run away with it. That we have allowed ourselves that voice to make decisions be bought cheaply by politicians, that people will easily be given some goodies, then they will sell that tool of decision making or their power to decide for themselves, for their children, and the future of the country. But if you listen and if you hear the tone in the country as we speak or today, then you'll realize that people are beginning to ask questions. People are beginning to seek accountability. And therefore, this push that you're seeing, the citizens or individuals feeling like, no, we now need people or these leaders to be accountable, it's one way of telling you that people are now people are now ready to be responsible, though to which extent or the degrees are still not up there because you still look into our politics, then you realize that moods at times are shifted easily, and the shifts will at times be in terms of their tribes, that their decisions at some point might be affected by the tribe affiliations. But by the fact that the discussions are there, then it tells you that yes, we are heading or we are headed towards the right direction, and it is a direction that we should push each and every one of us to fully embrace. Because if, as a people, we sit down and realize that you make a decision to elect a bad person, you make a decision to elect a person not looking into their abilities, but simply looking into how friends you are with the person, or looking into the fact that you speak the same language with this person. It is an individual responsibility that has been killing us and killing this country. It has choked the country for quite a number of years. So I'll answer your question by saying tunajaribu, lakini safari bado. Let's keep pushing this agenda. Let's keep pushing our people. Let's keep pushing institutions. And at times it only becomes better that some of these institutions positions themselves as the mouthpiece of people, but they are equally compromised. Therefore, let us use such space meetings to push the same responsibility, accountability at an individual level, at a citizen level, so that we probably find a solution to these challenges that we are facing. But it's a good chapter that we have taken. People are beginning to speak out. People are beginning to feel like we have been failing, and it's time to it's time to get on ground and do things the right way. Just
Yeah, yeah. I'm venturing into a very dangerous territory here. That's why I had to put you on notice that I'm gonna ask you those tough questions because um, in this is nobody in this space has room to control how people live their life, but we can share, principally speaking, on things. I observe that we have become um, a very wasteful country. Like, of course, we know we waste a lot of time, waste a lot of resources. We party a lot. We even borrow to go for parties. If you give somebody a job, if you have ever tried to hire people, which I think you have before, their level of productivity, all scheming to scam the system, they use more energy try to scam the system than to actually work and earn their, wage out of their hard work. Is this just a culture we have built to the point that um, we just want the shortcut to quick wealth, or we just don't want to work, but we want to be given free money? Wonder then I try to see if Wallace can chime in on that. And Dolphin, let me know when you're ready. Let the speakers take the mic, please. Let's have a conversation here. We're talking about personal responsibility as the Kenyan people and our level of productivity.
should I speak on?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Now, when it comes to the culture of partying and taking shortcuts, I think it is it is a blend, or in general, Kenyans lack a national identity. If you go in other places, you realize that you can neither confirm and say this is the culture of these people, this is how they do their things. But now, when you come to our country, the Kenya, we lack that specific national culture, but it is a blend of cultures. Just from our culture, I mean, our culture itself, our culture in the sense of our tribes, being so many, you realize that the way, as we try and walk out now from being termed as person from this region or from the other region, then how we express ourselves, it's now getting into a culture of partying and using at times shortcuts to figure out how do I get into this partying. Like if you look at the music industry, the dancing, and all these things cut across, it's like we are coming up with a fabric. And this fabric, in the name of a national fabric, it's a blend of international cultures that we end up buying or picking something from USA and make it part of us. We'll pick something from a different place, make it part of us. Then, because as a people we have different cultures, we also try and pick a few things from our own individual cultures. Therefore, we have ended up, or we are ending up now creating a culture of, or we ending up coming up with our own fabric, our own national fabric of expression. But now this fabric of expression, it doesn't have a national identity that is enrooted in our history, but it is a national fabric that is international in its from when you sit down and try and understand it. Like we talk of either the democracy, then you realize it's not ours. You talk about my dress, my choice, then you realize it's not ours. You look into the music itself, then you realize that the touch, the sense of the music itself, it's not the Kenyan in the sense of culturally not ours. Therefore, it is a fabric that is being tailored, or that we are that we are making, and it's moving so fast like
By the way,
wildfire through
what
social
happened to
media.
my dress, my choice? What happened to my dress, my choice? Wonder.
Now, my dress, my choice. You look, although it's more of the ladies are the ones that are good with my dress, my choice, and the dress, my choice. It's it's simply someone trying to push their individual sense, their touch, their feelings. But you look at it from a different eye, from a different angle, then you'll realize this is an international culture. It is from different countries, but because this country called Kenya does not have its own identity, then it's trying to woven their own fabric of culture. So when it's a fabric in terms of culture and in terms of my dress, and now that you don't have your own fabric as Kenyan fabric, then my dress, my choice takes the lead. My choice in the sense of if I choose to do the Western style, wacha niende nayo. If I choose to do the Nigerian style, let me go run with it. Therefore, I don't know how we'll address this because it's now moving at a very high speed through the social media. And still the same thing, the Kenyan, when it comes to social media, they are very active. Therefore, the culture of parting, it's simply an international fabric that we are now trying to woven and come up with it as a Kenyan culture. But it will be a Kenyan culture with zero Kenyanism in itself, but instead with an international appearance of it.
All right, we are not having a lot of limitation here, so please feel free to take the mic and contribute to our discussion today. Very, very deep and very robust conversations here. Wallace, are you done with your call? You able to speak? No, we've gone through a lot of topics. Okay, Dolphin, are you there? Before I circle around again, I was waiting. Okay, Dolphin is not. It's not available yet. It looks like, do we have a new speaker? Sankale Karibu. How are you doing?
Hey. Justice for all. How are you?
I am fantastic. Is that
Oh.
is that how you say when you're doing very well? Today
Yeah,
I'm just
I
taking it
think
easy.
sometimes I usually do this. I do my own like an investigation, like a research about this country, about politics, and then I found myself uh, speaking the same thing over and over in different spaces. And some people like Western, we have met severally. Red Hand, we have met severally, and big up to Western and Academia. Those guys are bright. They are our scholars here. Big up, guys. So, justice for all. I have a question for you.
Go ahead, Sankale.
Do you think Rigathi Gachagua, vile in your position, do you think he's an organic opposition or a created opposition?
I don't know, with the fear of beneficial. I'll probably say that he is Washawa is in a position as a creation of circumstances. He would be government now if he was not impeached, and therefore the aspect of organic, which I don't see anybody who can be organic opposition.
So in other words, you are saying he's created. He's created opposition.
Of circumstances. I'm really trying to understand the rationale for your question, but I want to stick to the point that in a nutshell, his circumstances got him to where he is, and therefore he has to act as opposition. And yet, if he was part of the inner workings of the government.
Anyway, it's okay. So before I speak, I'll have to tell everybody here, we started a movement called Sauti Mpya Gen Z movement, and now we have like a 273 WhatsApp group across the country. The idea of the movement is just to bring the youths together, because I think there are so many movements wengine wako showbiz, wengine wanafanya mambo yao, but I think whoever is serious can DM me. We have a team of lawyers, and we are hoping to change this nation. Anyway, Western. Anyway, justice for all. To me, I think Rigathi Gachagua is a created opposition leader, and I'll say he's a created opposition leader because on on uh, on 9th of June 2024, I'm uploading that photo here so that everybody can see. On 9th of June, if you guys can see it here, kwa comment section, you can go there. On 9th of June 2024, you can see there Rigathi Gachagua, Musalia Mudavadi, Raila Odinga, Oparanya, and the likes of Kina Joho, Muturi. They were all forming the broad-based government. And if you guys can remember, when they were forming the broad-based government, Rigathi Gachagua alikuwa anasema ni makosa gani rais kuleta Wakenya wote pamoja. Naona ameleta hata Raila Odinga ameingia kwa serikali. Wengine wanasema ni makosa, lakini mimi sioni makosa yoyote kwa rais kuinclude Wakenya wote kwa serikali. It was only 15 days before tuende protest yetu ya finance bill. And all of them, they were in government. There is one hole that lacked: the opposition leader. A government can't run well without an opposition. So as the citizen, we were opposing the government directly. Guys, this is just my theory. I'm not saying even ilifanyika. This is just my observation. Maybe even Western is justice for all is correct, or maybe I'm correct. So they were opposing the government. We were opposing the government directly without that link of an opposition leader. And it was dangerous for the system and for the government because we could have taken over the government. Ama tungeangusha hii serikali. So they had to create an opposition leader, somebody who comes from a large community, somebody who is charismatic, and somebody who can move the people. And that's why Rigathi Gachagua, first impeachment happened in parliament. The second one in Senate. He had a chance to resign, but he did not resign. Why? Because he wanted to be impeached ndo ahurumiwe na watu. Because as Kenyans, the moment mtu amefanyiwa kitu na hata kama na work na the system, tunaanzanga kumhurumia na tunaanza kumfuata. Nobody knew Rigathi Gachagua. He was just a one-term MP. And then he became the deputy president. And after that, he became now the opposition leader. He went to America just the same way. Raila went to America and came back. The same way Uhuru and Ruto went to America and came back. And people went to Kumwende Hapo airport. And they knew well. They were saying that let him come, tutamshika. They knew well they won't arrest him. Why? Because they wanted to create an image that he's untouchable. Anyway, and you guys remember the handshake of Raila and Uhuru? The handshake of Uhuru and Raila, it happened in 2018. Let me be brief. And there was this Bishop Michael Carrick came to Kenya 1 week before the handshake ndio time Ali left. Raila and Uhuru, they usually tell us for 14 minutes they didn't talk to each other. What does that shows you? These guys, they were not in good terms. Nobody was ready to talk to each other. Ndio sisi kosana na wewe justice na nishindwe kucompromise, niko ready for dialogue. It's because there was somebody who was forcing them to talk to each other, and that is Bishop Michael Carrick. Then he flied back to US. After some time, Raila and Uhuru went to US to meet Donald Trump. When they came back, they went using the same jet. When they came back, Raila alitengenezewa kiti ya Chairman of Infrastructure of Africa. Guys, just check it on your Google. It was created specifically for Raila Odinga. And after that, after 2023, when Raila Ali resigned from that seat, that seat no longer exists. If a seat can be created for Raila Odinga, and it's not that special, it's not that special like Morgan Changirai, it's not that special like those opposition that we have seen in Africa. But the system knows how to do his work. So what can they not create? They only want you to see what you should see. They only want you to hear what you want to hear. Let me go into our movement, like our Gen Z movement. And I'll say that the people who are there just to delay our movement, haitasonga, haitaenda mbele, no direction, just to keep us there. We are saying we are leaderless, but there are people who are kind of our leaders. It's only
So
that we don't want to agree.
are these
Let, let me let me
conspiracy?
let me let me
No,
just finish.
let's stick with your first point.
I have said this is
Mm.
just my theory. I'm not
Okay.
saying
Okay.
it is
All
the
right.
truth. It's just for
All
you
right.
to
All
sit
right.
down and think and you see if I'm making sense or I'm not making sense. It's just up to you to take it the way you want to take it. And for sure, you can call it conspiracy, but we are saying we are leaderless, but there are people there who are acting like our leaders. Is only that we don't agree they are our leaders. And they are there to make sure we delay the movement. Now it's tuko September. January itakuja without a plan. And that's why we started the Sauti Mpya Gen Z movement. At least we get a direction. At least, and this movement, we have been talking with different people from different counties. And we told each other, we won't say we are leaderless anymore. We will have somebody like you, Justice. You are our chairman, but you're not leading with your own mind. You have to talk to every people from WhatsApp groups and you hear whatever they want to say. You utaenda pale kusema mambo yako, utasema mambo ya vijana na vile vijana wanataka. You are just a vessel. Wewe tu unatoa sauti ya vijana, si sauti yako enye umekaa chini ukadecide nitasema hivi. Utatoa sauti ya vijana. Formation of that movement is first of all to make sure the youth are in unity, we are speaking in one language, and the language is Ruto must go. And by doing that, I'm sure we are going to support each other mwenye anavai for any political seat, be it MCA, and you're going to do a lot of civic education from all those counties. To me, it's not all about that I must be elected. I can step down. Wanda can be elected. Or Delphine can be elected. Someone else can be elected. To me, it's not all about that being elected. It's all about my country to become better. As I learned, the life in Kenya is becoming unbearable. People are walking all the way from Eastlands to in Australia to look for job. Manzi wengine wanaenda hata kama hawana fare, hawajakula, ndio wanaenda kazi. Nowadays, I thought people who are working are better, but they're just surviving. They're just waiting for a day to end when I call it a day. God thank tumepata whatever we have tumepata. And it's even sad. Somebody having a degree, a diploma, professionals, they're asking for kazi ya kufua manguo. It's so sad. Our people from Turkana, I had someone else saying twende to free Palestina. Our people from Turkana, they need to be freed from hunger. They need to be freed from kusomea chini ya mti. Who is going to change Kenya? Who is going to make Kenya a better country? If it's not me and you, it's time we open our minds, not look at the games that they're playing on the politics or TV. And now we try to think at a critical level. Our country must change. And it will only change when we unite. They're going to create a lot of division. Yesterday, I saw some other people were vying for president. Another person will come. All this is just to distract us. Let's keep focus, guys. Let's keep focus. So Justice, if anyone is interested in the movement, can DM. I can just explain it at a length. I'm seeing my friend here, George. Hope you're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Sankale. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I'm gonna try to get some the reaction. Okay, let me see what's on the comment section quickly, and then I'll get some additional comments. Bear with me, guys. Kind of starting to rain outside, so let me see the comments here. The first comment was by Citizen X that says democracies are fair, and just on the other hand, communists like China are very efficient and fast. I think it must have been to Western's reaction about litigation in the US, but work in China. Basics as Wallace, he shared the challenge into the that's we moved the challenge into the evening to allow deeper, so that the challenge the head has been moved. Kigosi, host, kindly try to make your questions brief, otherwise mambo yako sawa sawa. Well noted there. Kigosi, thanks for sharing. Japonj, undisputed champion of poor governance and corruption, we shared a table of how much has been borrowed by William Ruto. And then there was a final Sankale sharing the report about Ruto Raila government. And he referenced to that. And finally, Zipoda-san in the comment section just to see what our Kenyans are saying. All right. Thanks, everybody. And let's continue conversing. I see Ella is here, hasn't spoken. Before I go back to Western again, please, Wallace and Dolphin, when you get a chance, Wanda, to be on the mic, please share, let me know. Ella, karibu to our conversation today. We're having a very nice conversation here with the Kenyan people. Where are we just wasting our time online? Is there something that we are achieving with these conversations? Ella?
Well, thank you very much, JM. First of all, I've just logged in, so I would want to do a bit more listening before I have a big, let me say, a comment worth its weight.
Sure.
However, I will say first, just on off the bat, there is no way that people are wasting time in these spaces. No. Organization takes time, it takes many forms, and organization is eternal. So, just off the top of my head, there is no waste of time in terms of political organization. So, let somebody else say something.
No, but Ella, as I bring in Western, the question is: are Kenyans disciplined enough? And I'm very deliberate on the word discipline enough to move this conversation from just talking to action. Do we have that discipline?
I believe we have that discipline. And number two, political action will not come from numerous people being adequately disciplined. It is a small core number of people being disciplined and then coalescing, let me say, persuading others who now see that there is organization here. People have done this against Moi. And even then it looked like it was something that was too far away. You would be in college and there are those who would not go anywhere near political organization. But eventually it coalesces into a potent force. So I think the disciplined people will get it. And the disciplined people get it as they suffer the consequences of either their choices or inaction. So I think it's not a waste of time. Political political organizing must be eternal. And if there's anything that has shown us that, it's the state of the US today.
Mm-hmm. That's what even recently Okiom Tata has repeatedly said. It's called the eternal vigilance. All right, appreciate it. Thanks, Ella, and thanks for joining. Weston, what do you make of the conversation?
Jim, I think I agree with Ella. This question about whether we are embezzling time by talking is rhetorical, because speech is human. This ability to talk is unique to people within the animal kingdom. If you are to look for what distinguishes us from other animals, this capacity to talk, language, then intelligence. And why people talk is because of brainstorming. You talk to brainstorm over things. So it's a brain issue. Talking is a brain issue. Because when you talk, what you're doing actually is you're conceptualizing your problems. If you frame questions correctly, you understand your problems. And once you understand your problems, then you'll have a roadmap on how to address those problems. It can never ever be a waste of time. Unless you are a bad interlocutor, as I said earlier. You come and with a closed mind, with blinkers, with a preconceived mindset. Now their communication, talking amounts to nothing. And governments listen to their citizens when they talk. They do, especially if they're responsive governments. They listen to what people are saying, the undercurrents. What, what are the people's feeling? And how do you tell? You go on social media. What are people saying? This kind of forums. What are people saying? And then you preempt certain things. So in a democracy, talking has never been a waste of time. Even in an autocracy, that's why an autocrat will come for you because of what you said, because of you addressed a rally, because you wrote something in a newspaper. That is speech, whether it's written or spoken, it's speech. So words count, and they don't want to be contradicted. It's an act of subversion when you talk. You look a totalitarian government in the eye and talk back to them. It amounts to subversion. But even where there is no totalitarian regime, dialogue, it's imperative. And that's why say what you want, but that suggestion by Raila Odinga that we have to talk is unimpeachable. It's unimpeachable. Because what other thing will you do to appreciate your problems and try and resolve them? It's through dialogue. Have you ever seen if you're with friends and then you completely are not on talking terms? Well, if that continues, that friendship will collapse, completely collapse. That's how it happens. But when you talk, no matter how distinct, seemingly immutable your differences are, you stand a chance of meeting each other. So talking is human, and you don't have to casualize it because you don't see tangible things. The thing about talking is that you may not see tangible things. The ways people went to a construction site and you can see a foundation. So talking is not like that. The fruits of talking and having a progressive dialogue usually take time to come to maturity. And JM, the risk of not talking is that to consider violence as a solution to their differences. If you can sit and listen to someone, even if you differ with them, chances that your differences will dissolve into violence are very minimal, if not non-existent. But if you can't talk, and as a society, if you cannot talk to yourselves, the only remaining option is to square it out violently. So it is not a small matter. So we owe it to ourselves to talk and dialogue. We can have questions about what we're talking about. We can have questions about how we are framing our questions. In fact, James, this is the point I want to make. As a society, we have to move away from fixation with solutions and answers, because how you frame your question is much more important than whether you've got answers to things. Questions are much more progressive, developmental than answers. Ask the correct questions, and you are almost halfway towards getting a resolution to your problem. Look for answers, and you are looking for magic. Anything and anything will go. And you make yourself susceptible to snake oil merchants, people who purport to have answers to very complex issues. So desist from asking somebody for solutions. Instead, ask whether this person has got any question, whether they are framing questions in a manner that you think is helpful or not. So that's my take. The language of questions is always bigger, broader, transformative than the one of answers and solutions. It's much narrower, it's much stagnant, and much more reactionary than progressive. That's what I would say. So it has never been a waste of time, because some people are just voted in for talking. They may not have resources, they don't have a lot of money, but they just address crowds and they persuade people to vote for them. So speech is important. If you cannot talk in politics, your politics is hamstrung, is very narrow. What propelled Barack to the White House? What was it? There are many things, but the capacity to persuade people and make people understand, the things he was addressing and what he was talking about, and the passion with which he addressed these ideas, and that this is the guy for the job. We'll figure out when he gets into the Oval Office, and he didn't disappoint. But if you cannot explain yourself vis-a-vis what you are doing, if people cannot, connect with your thoughts, with your passion, in politics, you're doing badly. You're really doing badly. You just have to brutalize people to remain in power. So we have never, we will never say that talking is a waste of time. It has never been. It's not, and it will never be. But we can discuss whether our conversation is progressive or not. And one of the issues you can take for consideration is when somebody tells you, no, I'm opposed to this government because of corruption, what, a lot of excesses. And then they tell you, no, I think these are the characters on this other side who are, whose hub is Omunyoro. It's the alternative. That kind of conversation is not progressive. It's not taking you forward. It is not. Because it's not based on ideas and values and transformative issues, but it is caught up in personalities. That conversation is always narrow. So we move away from personalities. But it doesn't mean you don't mention those personalities. You mention those personalities in the context of the ideas that you underscore and cherish, which you would invite every other Kenyan to consider and mull over and reflect on. It doesn't mean you don't mention Raila Odinga, you don't mention Omunyoro, you don't mention William Ruto, but don't mention them as an end in itself. Don't do it. Don't do that. JM, as a year, this question of impeachment keeps coming up again and again. JM, this is my take. This is my take. Sam Khaled nailed it. I need not rehash what he said. He nailed it. Wamunyoro was impeached for insubordination. Those are the things, corruption, money laundering, I don't know, shareholding, which is what you call shorthand for divisive ethnic politics. And what have we? Well, compelling as they may be, the major reason why he was impeached was insubordination. That was it. Carrying himself out as a co-president. And I can put it to you. If you're a leader and you tolerate your deputy who conducts himself as a co-leader, on par with you, if you don't do something about it, you will lose out. You are going to lose out. You know why you're going to lose out? Because other people around can see that he can actually be an alternative center of power, and they will gravitate around that. Our history is the same. If Jaramogi had not left government, Kenyatta would have had it very difficult. But the removal or the resignation, no matter how you look at it, of Jaramogi from the government under Kenyatta, removed an alternative center of power. Then it was possible for Kenyatta to consolidate power. Had William Ruto resigned from Uhuru Kenyatta's government, you can be sure he would not be our president. It would have been nearly impossible for him to be elected president. Nearly impossible. He knew it. So Ruto knew that if he tolerated Bomuno, first, he would constitute an alternative center of power in his government. And that would complicate matters in the event that he has to craft his succession. It's much more difficult to get rid of your deputy that has been with you for the last 10 or so years. It's difficult. Uhuru Kenyatta asked him. So he just yanked him off and said, let chips fall where they may. This is brutal politics. Don't buy the reasons you are given. Those are for you and academics. But for the politicians, they know why they impeached him. Get rid of this person early enough in your regime. Then going forward, you can craft your government. If you have also to, manage your succession without hindrance. That is it. Politics.
So is that so? This is a vindication that this was politics, but not a violation, because insubordination is not a ground for impeachment, is it?
Jim, I'm saying this. Remember, I said.
No, I'm understanding. I'm following you. I'm just trying to say that yes, politics. Obviously, I mean, if we are being true to ourselves, this is about succession politics and about governance and about the power. Obviously, you cannot challenge. You don't want to challenge your boss. That even in organizations, you have to be very careful when you're a deputy or a deputy. You need to take your position. That I don't know. There's then dispute, but in reality, we have to say that the other reasons were put there just to cover up the main reason. But I don't think he was impeached because of all these other reasons.
Well, but those reasons also hold water. That's the thing about his case. Those are the reasons hold water. But you see why they could not be the cause of his fall from grace. It's because almost all of them stand indicted for similar things. That's what it is. But in his case, they actually hold water. It was not witch hunting, the things he was accused of, not witch hunting. But I'm saying, in and of themselves, would not have made his boss to get rid of it. Those are the reasons. It was that he would have complicated the power matrix going forward. In any case, JM, in any case, he was not the first choice for running mate, in any case. I think he's the one who didn't understand the politics that he was, playing in. He did not understand. He was not the first choice, even within the UDA formation. Those things came to the fore when they were looking for the ideal running mate. He was not the candidate to beat. You recall? He wasn't. So, for also strategic political reasons, Ruto picked him against the wishes of the party members. We were told that. How many times did they vote internally? He never came tops. But he overruled. So he said, okay, I'm the one who overruled everybody. You become my to become my running mate. We get into power, you want to challenge me. I will show you that no, I'm the one who made you deputy president. And he decapitated him. So whichever way you look at it, the means justify the end. In his case, justify the end. First, he didn't understand why he was picked as Ruto's running mate. He did not understand that. Secondly, like most Kenyans, he actually read the constitution superficially. Superficially. What do I mean? Because before, the vice president position was not really a very important position. It wasn't. So the drafters of this constitution, one of the things they wanted to do was to dignify this office of the deputy president, even then renaming it to deputy. That it would make it difficult for the president to fire, if not impossible, his deputy. Why? Because they've been jointly elected on a joint ticket. This is not a person you appointed. It's not your appointee. He's also directly elected by the voters. Fine, like that. But Ruto did what Uhuru Kenyatta did not do. JM. What Uhuru Kenyatta did not do. Uhuru Kenyatta did not fire William Ruto. He didn't even consider it. He didn't. He chose to play politics, thinking that politics will sink William Ruto. Actually, it didn't sink him. It gave him a lot of mileage. William Ruto decided to fire his deputy. You know why? Because going forward, JM, he set a precedent. What precedent did he set? You, JM, if tomorrow you were to be picked as somebody's running mate, presidential running mate in Kenya, and the one you are, running with jointly happens to win the thing, you will think twice before you challenge him. Because this Wamunyoro thing here is a reminder to any Kenyan who will occupy the office of the deputy president that you are not indispensable. You getting it? You are not indispensable. Someone who occupied this office before, despite what the constitution says, has ever been chucked out. So if you don't police yourself, the things you say, what you do, you can actually go the same route. He has put it in our political culture, William Ruto. That you can credit him for that going forward. What does that do, JM? What it does, if a president wants to work, he will have no reason to be hamstrung by internal politics within his government. He will have no room, no reason, no excuse. He will have to focus on the business of governance. So William Ruto has no challenge internally within his government, within his political formation. He doesn't have any challenge. I think he's the first one to be in that position. Moi had challenges. Kenyatta had challenges. Kibaki had challenges. Uhuru Kenyatta had challenges. William Ruto does not have a challenge. That is a first one in our political history. It's a first one. And therefore, when people tell you that he's a master strategist in politics, they are not sucking up to him. He actually is. He's a master political strategist. He is. He may not do well in governance, but on power politics, his pillars, his antenna are always up in the air. He picks the signals pretty fast and interprets them correctly, which you need. It's called political genius. You need it. You don't need a degree. You don't need what Moi had it. You must pick things very fast and act to be ahead of the average. So you set the agenda, the rest are responding to you. And that's why he's not scared of those people who are called united opposition. He's not scared of them because he's convinced he's ahead of them. He's setting the agenda. They're responding to his agenda. They're not setting the agenda for him. So that's what it is. And therefore, you and me, we have to read this politics correctly if we have to make any impact as far as exercising our agency is concerned. If we don't read it correctly, We're not going to exercise our agency. We won't. And therefore, we'll be reduced to bystanders. We don't want to be in that
Okay.
miserable position.
Yeah. Yeah, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much for that's a good analysis there. Ella, if you're able to speak now. By the way, also I think it was a while back when I realized that Kenya, of course, we like baptizing things and obviously thinking it will change. That's where we named it from vice president to deputy president. You know, it's only South Africa and Kenya that use the word deputy president. The rest of the people in the world is vice. Sasa mtu akikuja kwa uongozi, kazi yako, you have to change. Oh, change from this to this. Change from NHI, call it SHA. Call it from this. Like if we rename things, we think now we have changed the actors. The actors are the same. The ghost hospitals are the same. Ghost. Oh, change it from health, call it something. Change it from CBC, call it CBE. Call it from. I'm like, what in the heavenly world are we doing? Ella, this is where we are. It's our country. I agree with both of you that we have to keep having a conversation. One news anchor used to say that the day we stop talking, that's when we start killing each other. So I agree that we have to keep talking. Ella, karibu tena.
Thank you. I had network interruption, so I missed quite a lot of what was going on there.
Yeah, but you know that's because of Kasongo.
Sorry.
So,
Sometimes I think it's deliberate. Sometimes I think it's deliberate. I think they're trying to strangle the network. I don't know what you want. I don't know what you wanted me to comment on.
Yeah, I think the comment, and obviously this is coming up over and over again. And again, we don't want always to make the impeachment of Gachagua the subject, but obviously we know it's changing the dynamics. Earlier, I think before you joined, I had asked about how impeachment is now being used as a weapon, especially to threaten those that are maybe in the executive. And now in the county assemblies, it has become like a joke. It's not even like now such a serious thing that you get impeached and you shake the country like this person really violated the constitution. You know, there was gross misconduct and those kind of nice terms about impeachment. But now it's being used as a way of trying to, destabilize the governance of the counties. Like, what can we do differently? I'm so disturbed about these impeachments because of the resources, the time, the destabilization. Like, it's just too much. Ella.
Right. Unfortunately, a lot of if the impeachments were to be taken seriously, I don't think there'd be more than 3 governors that would survive. There's hell going on in these counties. It's the stalled vision, the thing we never really accomplished. Even though I'm a strong proponent of devolution, I believe very strongly in devolution because only 10% of the money of the Kenyan budget goes to devolution. So I believe devolution needs to be there. But impeachments, for me, I think, one, they put a noose around the governor. Maybe he needs to stop. Like, if you realize, let's go, I'll walk you back. The one governor that the MCAs attempted to impeach and it failed miserably was Kivutha Kibwana. Reason being, he was clean. He was clean. And when they attempted to impeach him, he said, actually, no, let's not just impeach. Dissolve Makueni County. Let's all go home. And they saw there's actually a pathway to that. And the citizens would have worked with Kibwana, and that county could have been dissolved. So, but from where I'm seated, more governors need to be hung. They need to be hung by their necks. There's terrible things happening in counties. So, yes, while it's a threat, but I think a valid threat, what people don't realize is that governors sit at an accountability node that is very close to the citizen. So they can't get into too much nonsense. Because, while the people cannot reach the president easily, they can reach the governor. The governor lives in the county. He cannot stay away for too long, no matter how much he tries to disappear. He cannot do that. Citizens will get him. They'll get him even in his home. He owns a home in that county. So they can make life miserable for him. So the sooner governors styled up and started to do what they need to do, and at the core of it is corruption. And now, of course, it's now layered. The governors also know that anyway, you'll take me to Senate and we'll do our thing. We'll take your tax money and bribe. So it's a pipeline of bribery, a pipeline of corruption. But yes, for me, I'm a strong believer. It's also citizens testing what do you call it? I'm trying to think of the robustness of this constitution, because this constitution has never quite really been tested to the limits. And that is one way that citizens and others can push the limits of the constitution, just to make sure that it works for them. I yield.
But as you say that, I have tried to pay attention to some of the issues that have been raised, and quite a number of them revolve around finances. Are these things too difficult to catch before they get to this point? That's the question I asked earlier. Because then we are actually spending so much money, sometimes into millions, trying to deal with a situation where maybe a governor is being accused of having double paid or stuff like that. Now, why from the county level, county assembly, are we not putting mechanisms from even the oversight, whatever, of the Senate? Why are there no mechanisms to stop this thing from happening, or come up with some kind of legislation instead of giving the counties money? Let them do whatever the budget and all that kind of stuff, and money can be paid from a one source. Why do I have to distribute the money to you to pay Mwenye America Mabati? Why can't I get the money? The county reviews it, says it's fine, look at that, go and then get paid from one source. Do we have to send money to the counties?
Oops.
There are two issues there. Why can't we have a way of getting to catch these things ahead of time? But then we catch them, we're able to catch them after they act. Why are we not catching these things? Is indeed prevention is indeed better than cure?
You see, when people are when the intention is corruption, they will be corrupt. And two, that why can we not catch it? It's not county assembly to make up any rules and regulations of how they're going to do oversight. It is in the Constitution, it is in the Public Finance Management Act, and it's in the County Assemblies Act. All of these things are in the law. But what I'm trying to tell you is that our power is often abused, which means that people will now move to another level. And usually the governors will be doing what they want to do. They'll be stealing. And we cannot say that don't move this money to the counties. We cannot say that. National government is not a very good custodian of resources. They have failed in their fiduciary duty.
No,
so
sorry, I think I misspoke. I think I misspoke. I mean, like, allocate them, but don't move the actual finances to the county. But if this money is for you, but it can be saved in the same place, why do we have to have these 1,001 accounts that each person in the country has to manage? That's the part I'm struggling, and maybe accountants, you can help us. Go ahead. I just want to, the account needs to be allocated money.
Right. If you've listened to the Auditor General, she is very unhappy with the numerous accounts held by counties. The Control of Budget is equally unhappy with the numerous accounts held by counties. The counties usually request for money from the Control of Budget based on either programs that have been implemented and needs, or maybe people have finished work, and so there is a documentation that goes to the control of budget. But what happens is, once this money is now sent to the counties so that the counties can make the payments, they even change who they're going to pay. That documentation may be thrown away. That's how we have a lot of pending bills in counties. So it is just a violation of the law, which is why I think if we had real serious people, these governors should be impeached and impeached repeatedly. And we should have a law that says that you cannot be a governor and then move and go into Senate, so that when your issues begin to come to Senate, you make sure that they are thrown to the bin. So we do have a corruption problem, and it is a national problem. The more we disrupt the feeding troughs, the more we disrupt that corruption chain, maybe the more we'll make progress. Maybe they'll get tired and think, it's too much. It's not even worth it. Me, getting into this corruption and then having to go and bribe the Senate and what, they might just think, let me do what I need to do. And that is how Kivuta Kibwana earned himself a second term very easily. And when he did, he put the county assembly in check. When you see governors consistently in Senate, it is because they have enough skeletons in their closet, and they're trying to shut the door to the closet. That's what's going on. So for me, I'm all for those impeachments. These people need to be there will be no eating. And if you're going to eat, sorry, we are not going to care that you use a knife and fork. We are going to make it messy so that everybody knows you're eating. So I'm all for impeachment. These guys need to be disrupted in every way possible.
Yeah. I think, Wanda, I've been trying to get you, Bwana. Now, what's happening with your internet today? Wanda, are you still here with us? Oh, okay.
I am.
So, I wanted to make your submission based on what you've been hearing so that I can move to my final topic. I think I'll be talking about raw politics here. But before I get to that and throw everybody off, make your submission. Like in Nikuli's, why can't you guys give me a job? Yeah, I can end this corruption thing very fast.
And it's true. Maybe the problem is, and the problem that happens in societies, the real deal, the real people that will bring the change that we want, they are not the ones who are vying for these positions. And persons that keeps us dragging us into that hole that we do want, they're the ones who always fight for those positions. The tribalists are the ones who fight for the positions. The non-tribal don't vie for these positions. The corrupt vies for the positions. The non-corrupt don't vie. So probably Justice Unafau, you vie for the position, then we give you these votes. No,
mi nataka ile ya kuchunga. Sasa nasikia kuna kijana ako hapo kwa SHA anafanya tu kazi ya data entry, analipwa 2 million a month, na mwingine si ndio manager wake, and they both live out of the country, analipwa 5 million. What nonsense is that? Like, really, when do we have a country that works this way?
So it's our time to eat. That's our society. Now, I'll pick from
so I want you to do that, but I had your own question for you that I want to ask, and I want you to comment on this issue of it's reported that the Ruto government has hired an American lobbyist to kusaidia about the relationship between the State House and the White House and all this kind of stuff. I think at some point before you are done, I want you to make a comment on that because it's something of interest to some people. Yeah, but go ahead with your submission.
Thank you. In fact, I'll start with that one before I get to something else. If that's the case, then I'll imagine maybe they're trying. I mean, I later associate it to what happened when the Trump administration came in. Then what happened and what we have been hearing when Rigathi was in the US. It really tainted the image of the president of the day. And the image of the president of the day, it's simply the image of the country. That if you taint the image of the top leadership, then you are equally affecting that is the nation to nation and the geo-economic and political friendship and alignments. Then you'll realize that already we're having a discussion on replacing the Kenyan troops that are in Haiti with a different team. Therefore, although it has been a problem, the government that we're having today, from the time these guys were campaigning to be given a chance to lead the country, they were not so sensitive when it comes to the international or nation to nations relationships. You realize what happened with the current president, our president, with the Congo. Remember at some point, akisema wale jamaa hata hawana ng'ombe. Therefore, we have not been so good when it comes to nation relationships. We have not been very clear and keen to realize that we have the geopolitical and economic arrangements that exist outside there. That if we invite today the president from Iran in State House, it might affect how you relate with the USA and how you relate with Israel. Therefore, I'll probably assume they're trying to clean, at least to try and improve the image of the image of the president and the nation, looking into to the fact that it has been tainted based on the actions that you have made before, and equally based on what the former DP was doing doing in the US and the things that he said. Now, back to one submission that I had, or that I've had quite a number, but I'll only pick on this one: the governors, the impeachments, and probably the direction that we are taking if we are not careful. At first, we have had previously governors impeached, the Kina Waititu, the Kina Sonko. They have been impeached. It came to this one person, this lady from Meru, the governor. Then you realize at some point it became like there was a game that was, it was like a game. There was something that was happening in the Senate. From that point, from where I sit, I realized that we are soon going to turn that Senate into a house where the deals will now be stricken. You will come in to be impeached, and because this is the house that impeaches, then we'll have some exchange of the brown envelopes. You just heard the other day the 150 million being mentioned. I will not be surprised if it turns to be the business of the day. And picking on that one, I'll still make my submission on this. What is this appetite of impeaching the governors instead of having an appetite of developing measures to hold them accountable? Why are we so interested in impeaching this person because they have misused the government, the county government resources, but we are not interested in making them accountable? Yes, you have been impeached. You're gone. You're home. Then what next? What happens with the funds that were misused? You look at what happens with the budgeting at the county level. It's only at the county level, although at some point we had that in I think it was the Department of Waiguru, while she was the CS, where a wheelbarrow inauzwa sijui pesa ngapi, a pen sijui inauzwa pesa ngapi. The procurement team decides and budget the way they want to budget, alafu pesa inatolewa na maisha yanaendelea. There is a problem at the county government. At times I prefer, I love this statement: ignore the message, or be interested in the message, hate the message, but not the messenger. What this Mzee Raila or Baba was telling us the other day, it's actually true. There is a need to go back on the drawing board and look at this devolution. I still feel like we have the county government those county government assemblies that are not functioning as they're supposed to be. To be functioning. We have the Senate doing some work that they are not supposed to be doing. You actually look at it, then you realize we actually don't need a Senate. Once we have the county governments and we have that National Assembly, if we are clean and clear enough, and fair enough to ourselves, sincere to ourselves, then you realize that if you empower those two houses well, if you make them serve their purpose, like we have one that is serving the national purpose, then we have one that is serving the county purposes, then why are we having this other body? That's why we now find ourselves turning it into be a prefect that is only interested in impeaching this governor and not even interested in figuring out, finding a formula on. We don't want to be interested in impeachment, but we want to be sure that these funds are going to work or serve the purpose. Therefore, I'll yield on this. We need to look into this devolution seriously and have it work, because as per today, things are not working so well. We have bodies that we established, that we created in our constitution, but we have not given them clear bills, clear roles to play. Justice.
Yeah, karibu nikuulize, wazee kama kina Uburu Odinga nataka waritaie wapi? Tena warudishe kwa National Assembly bwana. That's a retire. You're supposed to be hata kina Sifuna, they're in the wrong place. Those are supposed to be a retirement place. But yes, I really get it, because I've been interested in other governance issues in other places outside the world, outside the country. Yeah, go ahead.
You see,
Go ahead.
one thing
Go ahead.
Barack did when he came to Kenya, when was it? 2000 and what? When he came as the senator, I think around 2008 or 9.
It must have maybe, yeah, because 8 is when we had the elections, so it must have been before. No, it was in 09 because he was elected in 08, so it should have been at least 06 or 07, because he became senator 06.
Oh, yes. Oh,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Correct.
Mhm.
Much before that.
Yeah.
So he mesmerized Kenyan political elite, you know, so that if you recall, 2013, most of them went for the Senate because they wanted to be like Barack.
Yeah, you're right. You're very right. Yep. Yep.
So no, this is the upper chamber. You know,
Everybody, Kina Orengo, everybody went for the Senate. Yep.
Yes, they went for the Senate, only to realize later that no,
there was nothing there.
No, there was nothing there. There was nothing there. There are people called governors who are controlling a lot of money. So they are to troop back into counties and not for governance, just because of the kitty, to control the kitty. You know, people like Orengo, they suck, you know, as administrators, suck big time. And the citizens pay the ultimate price for that. So the other thing about, you know, copying and pasting.
Yeah.
Isomorphic mimicry, that concept. So because you realize that the US has got some house called the Senate. No, why can't we put it in our constitution? And that's why there's haggling. Which one is the upper chamber? Which one is the lower chamber? These people. We supposed to,
and then they forget to realize that the way the upper whatever the Senate, the US, obviously, you know, when they are doing the vetting of even the cabinet and everything, it's only the Senate that does it. The the Congress House, the House doesn't do it. And then when you're doing the impeachment, when it goes to the Senate, it's presided by the Chief Justice Roberts. It's not like presided, but there's nothing like senator presiding over this, and then there's another room left for you to run to the judiciary. No, the Chief Justice comes into the Senate. If that thing falls, it falls. If it succeeds. Of course, nothing has ever succeeded. But yeah, it's Chief Justice. Yes, we copied and pasted, and then we didn't copy everything. The way when you copy a paper and then you forget one line.
Even you must be intelligent to copy properly. Otherwise, the thing you come up with is something else. So that's what they did. Otherwise, I agree with Wanda. This Senate thing is superfluous. It's completely superfluous. Look at how Oroba is behaving in the streets. Like, this is like a woman who has never been in an august house. Like, why would you behave like that? Like a member of parliament, an immediate member of parliament behaving like that? Like, what is it? I will tell you, the rent in those spaces, the rent is not about oversight. And then the senators are saying they must oversight the governors, because the governors control billions of shillings. And therefore, MCS, listen to that convoluted logic. MCS earn on average 80,000 or so, so they cannot oversight. So what is their purpose then? Okay, let's even give it to them. It was Osoro who was saying that oversight.
And that's what does what you earn have to do with you?
That is it. That is
My-
it. Like, what kind of logic is that? Completely tortured. So, okay, let's say, give it to you. MCS cannot oversight governors, hold them to account, because they earn less, and therefore they are susceptible to compromise. You, how much do you earn as members of parliament? How come you cannot rein in the executive? Can they answer that question? How come you can't rein in the executive? Because it's a question of money. Now, this individual reduces bankruptcy in terms of principles and values to a question of money. Because that's what Oloaringo did. Peter Oloaringo was a Kanu era kind of politician. He's the one who came up with a raft of changes vis-a-vis Parliamentary Service Commission, set their own calendar, award themselves salaries and emoluments, and the logic still just convoluted, so that members of parliament are not susceptible to corruption. But the House is still corrupt, irrespective of how much money they award themselves. So Kenyans have been duped over the years that politicians must live large so that they can resist corruption. But the more money Kenyans pay them, the more they make through dubious means. So what do? We call theirs bluff. This Raila here, you may differ with him, but there are certain things he said, just call theirs bluff and just yank off this Senate thing. Yank off nominated people into parliament. Yank it off. Just remove excess fat from the exchequer. Because if you look at other countries, Brazil, what have you, JM, we have got many representatives to take care of in Kenya. When you look at our population and the size of our economy, we have got many people, and most of them are just joyriders. Nothing else they do, just collecting, paychecks at the end of the month. Paychecks at the end of the month. What they do, you don't know. What contribution they make in the house, you don't know. Why can't we just demolish these things? Like, why? Because
and that is the reason, as you and I want you to continue, as you and Wanda are putting it, is that if you take this thing of them trying to impeach the governors, then which other work do they have left to do? Tell me what else is left for the senators to do once you take these counties? Zero.
There's nothing else they do. Zero. Zero. For them, it was like prestigious. Senator so-and-so, Senator, I don't know, Coons, Senator so-and-so, it's about title. It's about prestige as opposed to substance. So if you're a member of parliament, you don't have, some title before your name as Senator so-and-so, and I'm going to keep it for life. Look, we don't want style here. We don't want form here. We want substance. And substance is about Kenyans. Do they have value for their money that they use to just pamper these people. No, there's no value. Tell all these people to go home, man, and find other things to do with their lives. We are struggling as a country economically. We cannot afford to pamper, glorified people who are not even adults. Once in a while, not even once in a while, often you find them discussing Manchester United and Arsenal. In those days, those houses, when you tune in and you want to listen to what they're talking about, then they spend time. Oh, I support Arsenal. Oh, I don't know whose husband supports Man U. Like some very nonsensical discussion. You pay people to go to the UK in their parliament. They don't even talk about Arsenal. They don't even talk about Manchester United. They don't even talk about their national teams. They've got better things to do. Here, you waste time talking about teams in a foreign country. Like, these guys don't understand what they're doing. Just chase all of them home, man. Let them go and do some farming, so some animal husbandry. They can contribute to the economy in that sense. Thanks, Jay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Weston. And I'm glad to see Academy here. My friend Shakira, thank you for joining. Rasji, Karibu, I see you have a different picture right there. Citizen X, I want you to come in as we try to get to this conversation. And I'm going to really trigger you a little bit on the politics side, but let's address that aspect really exhaustively of the Senate, and of course the impeachment thing that is for me becoming a whole thing. And Weston did a good job on during the parades because of what we copied from the US and to Kenya. There are so many differences there. Of course, in the US, the vice president is the vice president is the president of the Senate. By the way, I just have to make sure that is clear. And obviously, comes in to be either vote if there's need or to do that in the Senate and all that kind of stuff. So there are a few things that we copied, but we never really followed through. Citizen, I wanted to make your submission before I bring in academia. And if Shakira, you're able to say something, I appreciate it. If not, I still understand. Citizen X.
Yeah, sure. I want to submit a contrary opinion, I think, especially about this Senate. I think two things. The biggest problem, I don't think it's in the position, but the occupiers of those seats. I think we elect individuals who do not understand the responsibilities of those positions. I believe the Senate. I've not read fully the Constitution. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not interested in that. But the few details that I understand is what Okiya Omtata is doing. They have oversight over the finance of the county, and I think you've mentioned like what can we do to prevent these impeachments that are happening. I think these impeachments are happening because there is a complete failure of the senators of those constituencies, because they are the first people who are supposed to whistleblow on things that the finances that are being misused down there. And that is why Okiya Omtata is one who has taken at least the step to to go to the Auditor General and at least submit the things that are happening in this country. So the problem with us is that we've elected individuals who do not understand the responsibilities that come with that office. I know back at my village, there is a senator who is trying to defend his position. And right now, what he's doing is organizing matches, football matches, and all that to, convince the citizens that he's the one who's supposed to take that position. And I believe that is a problem, that even the citizenry itself does not understand the responsibilities of a senator, and that is why we do not know how to hold them accountable. The MPs are closer to us, so we sometimes lay blame on them on developments that are not happening and blah, 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 but we do not exactly know where to hold the Senate accountable. And maybe just to also put it out there, I read that, while this thing was being formed, this constituency actually a reflection of the districts that were formed back in 1992, and there was a heavy political influence to have them as 47, a number that I believe is a bit of a burden in the country. If we had a strategy maybe to lower the number, that would be best. And if before even we get to that point, I believe if we are able to um, just do away with impunity and corruption and manage our budget, if we're able to do that first, I believe we'll be able to go further, and then now we can sit down and discuss this matter of constituencies. If we should reduce, if not even if, when we should reduce their number and come up with a figure that is good and manageable for the country. Yeah, so that's it.
So the question I have about what Okia does, which I appreciate it, which he probably shouldn't be doing it. Why can the county assembly do that?
Yeah, I think the county assembly receives the funds after, I think maybe the allocation is already done, and I believe maybe they do not have the enough influence and prowess to actually make national decisions. So
No,
maybe
I
they
was
can
referring
make,
to what you said about Okia Mtata does, goes to the Auditor General's report and all that. By the
yeah.
time that happens, it's actually been submitted to by law. It's been submitted to the county assembly and all that for consideration. They look at that. So he does what the county assembly equally does. Why can the county assembly be the one to do that work?
Yeah, I believe maybe I don't have a good answer for that, but I believe maybe the Senate can do it at a national level instead of a county level. And I think also at a county level, like we are seeing, if the those constituents, the MCAs, can conspire with the governor, then and if their deals fall apart, then they start the process of impeachment. So I believe maybe the Senate can do it at a national level, but I don't think that is a complete answer for your question. But that is
No,
what I
I get
believe.
it. Yeah, I get it. It's only that now we have a few senators that are probably more proactive and
Yeah,
they're working some things. But in reality, it's
yeah,
probably their own volitions who they are, they scrutinize these things, they pay attention. But in reality, they could still get away without even considering those things. I can tell you that. And still, because I've just read through, I've been skimming through what their role is, and I'm like, okay, the National Assembly does this, does this, does this. Thank you for those that have just joined us. Much appreciated. Rasji, Karibu, and then I'll go to academia. Is that your official campaign picture?
Hey, Desmond. Desmond is so much interested today in the picture. Anyway, is it a transition or anyway? Happy to see you guys. Happy to see Academia, Western, Dolphin, and many of you. I just came in because we are celebrating Katiba at 15 years, and there are so many things to talk about, the misses, the hits. Has our Katiba what was intended to transition the country from the previous constitution? Have we achieved the rules that we set as the people of Kenya? Have they been adhered? Have they been implemented? Those are the questions that many Kenyans, me and you, must continue asking themselves. And if it has not happened, what is the way forward? I'm glad I came in when Western was presenting, and I think you are discussing something to do with the devolution. And I'm glad that one of the things that this great constitution brought was devolution. The framers of our constitution, and I agree to some extent, I think you guys have said that it is time we relooked at this constitution. And at some point, I think I listened, people were saying we are overrepresented, something that I agree totally. And that is something that we have already seen. Governors being impeached, we continue to do politics as usual. I also, I don't also believe that the county representatives or the county reps can oversight the governor. The amount of money that the county receive through the governors is too large for the county representative to oversight. So whatever we have seen in counties of Meru, Kericho, and others, they have nothing to do with really matters to do with accountability and transparency. We can all agree that these governors are misappropriating funds.
How does the large amount, make it difficult to oversight? So like the 20 of us here cannot oversight account. Is that what I'm hearing? Because of the amount they are receiving? I'm trying to get your logic of the amount they are receiving is too large for the county to oversight. What does that mean?
You know,
tell us what that means.
The individuals, or I'm talking of the ward representative, and this also narrows down to integrity and stuff. So the ward representative, most of them, the name oversight, what they are doing oversighting the governor, has nothing to do with bringing policies that can help the county governments, or bringing any legislation, or helping the governor collect more revenue in the counties. But what the ward representatives are just waiting, they are waiting what is coming from the exchequer in terms of what the county government is allocated. And once wakati unaanza kuona hizi michezo sasa za kusikia gavana anataka kukuwa impeached, it has nothing at all to do with transparency or accountability. The reason why we are saying that is, first of all, ward representative, ni mtu mwenye analipwa. We all know the amount of ward representative they are being paid, and don't even focus on their salary. The deals that happen in the county government, deals to do with the lands, deals to do with the permits, and all those stuffs. Hizo vitu zote, people are not going to politics because of salary. That we must tell ourselves. That is the reality, Desmond. It is not about salaries, and that's why you saw even the members of parliament, they were throwing hands. Wakisikia Raila Amolo Odinga anawaambia kuhusu maneno ya NGCDF, they throw hands because that is where the focus is. That is where the focus is. The Senate, you can also see, they are also asking for another fund called the Senate Oversight Fund. It has nothing to do with the representative. If the governor can be oversighted, because there is a board that the governor huwa anakaa nayo yenye inaangalia hii funding. If we can have a body yenye ina oversight governor, but not the ward representative, let the members, the Senate. The Senate is simply to vote for more money to go to the counties. But then again, I also agree with Raila Amolo Odinga. The senators cannot oversight the governors because of conflict of interest. I think that is the word that I was looking at. Conflict of interest. Even these lies that William Ruto has signed, a bill of conflict of interest, that is just politics. You cannot be signing when you know very well you have already amassed wealth through the same criteria. They continue to do business. County representative, one way of intimidating and blackmailing governors is through doing business.
Apana, I'll come to Ruto in the middle. Stick to the county a little bit longer. What do we elect the members of county assemblies to do? What do we pay them to do? Because now you're saying they're not able to oversight the executive, the count, whatever, the governor and the team. So why do we have them there then? And yet that's one of their roles.
Now this goes back again to, and I'm glad this conversation is coming at a time when we are celebrating 15 years of our constitution. Hii constitution is a constitution on progress. Is it time we revisited also our constitution? Because this constitution was not made for animals. It was made for people, me and you. This constitution is supposed to govern those being governed and those that are in positions of power. So it has to check both of us. So when you ask me ward representative, yes, their roles are there, but are they actually doing that? They are not, because what we have seen in the counties, tunakujaga tukusikia about a county when a governor is being impeached. Hapo tu ndio tunasikianga. So did we elect somebody for 5 years to go home, wait for a moment? Umenielewa? What about these counties where we are not hearing any kind of noise? Does it mean that the governor is very comfortable with the county representative? It is also a moment. It is a question that you have asked, but I cannot authoritatively say that I have the answer to it. I can't, because I'm one of the people that I believe it is time we also looked at the constitution as a whole, because I believe this constitution ilikuwa imeletwa tujipime kwanza, tukiangalia where we can do amends, we do, where things are not working, tutoe, so that as time progresses, because pia wakati unapita, because wale watu waliotuundia katiba wakati ule kulikuwa na challenges wakati ule. Zile challenges zilikuwa wakati ule maybe 15 years or down the line huko, are not the challenges that are right now. So I think and I believe from where I sit, it is time, especially on representation, it is time that we dwelled on this matter deeply, because the country GDP cannot be spent on paying public servants. We are doing very little on development because we are overrepresented. And we are not getting value for our money as the people of Kenya. And that's why they are on a borrowing and on a borrowing spree. Again, those loans, they are not coming to benefit us. So I cannot authoritatively say that I have an answer to exactly what the ward representatives are doing. And these now, the spotlight goes to the National Assembly. That is where the biggest focus, if we want to fix the governance issues in our country, the powers that have been given the National Assembly, because that is the place where hata William Ruto haezi itisha msaada kutoka ng'ambo kama hajapata rubber stamp ya National Assembly. Counties, hii corruption yote unaona kutoka kwa counties. If we had a functioning National Assembly, it would not be happening. So it narrows down again to an individual, chapter 6 of our constitution and stuff. But where I sit, mimi siwezi kuambia niko na answers, what representative, what they are doing. I have absolutely no clue.
Do you know, you made very serious statements earlier that that people are not going there kwa sababu ya salary, kwa sababu ya CDF, deals na nini. But you are running for office. What are you going there for?
Exactly. And thank you for asking that, Desmond. What we are saying, I'm running for National Assembly. For National Assembly, first of all, my idea, because we have been having this conversation since that time, wakati tulipewa opportunity as a Kenyans to start interacting, for me to know somebody like academia, Western, and you. If we believe we are sailing on the same boat, guided by the same principle and what we believe in, then anybody seeking this office, first of all, lazima ajue kwanza challenges. You cannot be like those people who have been there. I know I'll have a problem with academia. Academia has always been told me that is the nature of our politics. That is the nature of parliament. No. But we must start from somewhere, fixing some of these issues. First of all, NGCDF is unconstitutional. It is unconstitutional. So don't go to Bunge because of any other thing. It is unconstitutional. You're not going to hold any money. Anybody vying for senator position, there is nothing like senator oversight fund. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. The ward representative, they have a kitty. I don't know whether that kitty has been existent or the ward kitty. Yeah? Those are things that are very unconstitutional. Let us be respecters of this institution. The constitution brought, it had the separation of powers. Wacha kila mtu afanye kazi yake, and the biggest weak link has been the executive and our national parliament. If we can draw all our guns towards the National Assembly, then believe me, these other institutions will have the discipline that is required. Judiciary will have the discipline. The county governments will start having discipline. Because if they are misusing the funds, the National Assembly will not be approving some of these budgets. It will not be approving them. So we need to start somewhere. We need to also to start interrogating our constitution. I know, Sai, right now people are busy preparing for the next election. Whether we can have a referendum with the election is also another debate. But it is time we relooked into our constitution. Thank you,
Thank
please.
you. Thank you, Rosji. Academia, karibu to this conversation. We've been here for a few minutes, covered quite a number of things, and near consensus that there are some things going on at the county that we are not amused with. But let me ask you a question, Academia. What's the member of your county assembly? Okay, make your submission. Don't. You don't know.
I don't know. I don't know whether it's a lie or so. I don't know. But I don't know. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. But I know the name of my county assembly only because I was in the campaign, and otherwise I don't think I would have known him because I didn't know him prior to that. But secondly, since then, I've only talked to him once because there was a student who was going to KMTC and I needed some intervention. But the first question he asked me, if I'm going to run, he didn't even listen to the issues ahead. The first question he asked me whether I'm running in 2027. Beyond that, I don't even know. I've never even followed any proceeding of what they do in the county assembly of Nyamira. To be honest, I don't know if they are passing laws that are affecting people. I don't know. I've heard that they wanted to impeach the governor. That's the only thing I remember. And then walichapana vibaya sana. You know, the MCAs are very good in fighting, in the assembly. But that's as much as I know. Anyway, go ahead with your submission.
Justice and the rest. You know, this our constitution was bastardized in Naivasha. So I think it was designed to achieve a specific objectives for the politicians. And we should demand the original copy of what we have today. Kenyans should demand that. But be it as may, I think we've done some good work, even if not fully, but there's a lot of progress in place. And the other things that we also need to consider, whether the kind of government we have, the devolved and national government, if we can find a way out to make them work effectively, that would be better. Or if the devolved units are too many that we are not able to maintain, then we can collapse them into the former unit that we had something like provinces, where Coast Province, Nyanza, Rift Valley, all those things. But you see, the reason why these people came up with many devolved units, they wanted to address the issue of ukabila. If you look at the counties, majority of them, you will get people just speak the same language. Majority of them, with a few here and there. And this was coming from the fact that the national government or the centralized resources were centralized in Nairobi, and it was at the behest of the person who is in charge. So if you are a president and you don't come from Western Kenya or the coastal region, you can decide who becomes the provincial led, like the PCDC, all those things. You decide the kind of development that will go to that. I think Kenya decided, no, this will not work. So we need to put something into law that will ensure that regardless of who is in power, there are certain things that they cannot alter. And here we have devolution. To some extent, it has worked. Whether not fully or all that, but at least in every county you go, you can see certain things, some good roads, maybe good offices, cash flow, and all this. So we are not very bad, but we are doing badly in terms of governance. So I think what these people now must do, like you've talked about the county, the Senate, and all that. People are beginning to think outside our normal capacity. And this is good. So we can again revisit the constitution, whether we maintain it or make some few amendments here and there. And some amendment may require we do a referendum. And that again, it will be undertaken by the politicians. Like if they decide we will go for a referendum before 2027, we will do it even next year. These people can do it. So what we need to do as island justice, let us just demand what is or what rightfully belongs to us. Which is good governance. So let's just demand good governance. How we are going to get it entirely, how we decide or what we decide. But it is good that we are making, even if they are very little progress, but at least we are not like other countries. We have the freedom to talk and all that. We can demonstrate, and then government can back off and all that. So those are little achievements that, courtesy of constitution, we are able to do.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna read some comments and then I bring in Ella also to make a submission. Thank you for that. I think we are getting close to exhausting our topics today. But I heard this guy the other day, and I didn't even know we still have that. There's a commission that is in charge of implementation of the constitution. And then some other gentleman, I think in the name of Musalia Mudavadi, was probably quoted saying that to fully implement this constitution, it costs how many billions? They say 8 or 18, maybe 8 billion shillings to fully implement this constitution. So I think there is a body which is really in office right now with staff everywhere that have been busy working on the implementation of this. And they said right now they are working on the issue of transferring some of the assets from those local governments that we used to have to the counties, including like their buildings and other things like those. So apparently there is something in the working. But let me read what Ella's posted here, which I thought are very good comments to capture. And some of our comments here, let me begin from the gentleman John Tez, who actually said that we should continue pushing for change as youths. If we keep following these political cousins, we'll never get anywhere. But I think I get the point there. And Ella says that impeachment is part of the accountability process. For any governor impeached, please read the Auditor General's reports. Meanwhile, the National Assembly is the weakest link in the governance in Kenya. They do not work for you. The political class are waiting for citizens to open the window for amendment of the 2010 Constitution. They will shred it to bits, get rid of the Bill of Rights and other rights, and still retain all those articles you deem problematic. Tekeleza Katiba. And finally, okay, said 18 billion. Wow, that's a lot. Thanks for clarifying that, citizen, that Dawad said 18 billion. Lastly, and a devolution takes only 10% of the budget. The problem is what happens to the 90%. We have a corruption problem in Kenya. It is not limited to counties. When Kenyans burst huge corruption like SHA, they are diverted to the number of counties. Tekeleza Katiba. Yeah, I think the correct percentage, Ella, is devolution takes 16% of the approved revenue. Something, I think that's the calculation we did last time. The 4 or 5 amounted to about 15 to 16%. But I get the point. Your point is home, very clear on that.
Yeah. Now,
so go ahead and then
Justice, I wanted to say something.
Sure.
You see, the CIC, that is the Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution. It was established in 2010 for a 5-year period. Is it the same body you are saying people are in office?
No,
I don't think they are in office.
No, after that, no, it's not the same. No, when that mandate ended, the 5-year, there's a new one in office, and I learned it when.
I think the constitution on
Dr. Hang on a second. Dr. Chip Kwon is from Nandi. He's actually is a member of that. And of course, they were having this debate with Dr. Law and who else. So yes, there's a body in place, and they said exactly that when the CIC mandate ended, the one that was being led by the guy from Garissa, then they took over, and that's what they've been doing. And I'll get the name for you for the body.
Okay, but it was taken over by the parliament under the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee by Parliament. So is there any other body rather than Oversight Committee by the Parliament, National Assembly? I think it is the National Assembly under that office.
I'm gonna get the name for you because apparently I didn't know until I just was the debate less than 2 days ago. But let's hear Ella as I verify that information. I will share with you in a minute. Ella, karibu. As we probably make a submission and we start closing with the interest of time.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we swallow the bait so easily. Given the percentage of the resources that goes to counties, and what are we fretting about? They actually want you to forget there is a very big push to try and re-centralize resources. And if we are not careful, they will reduce the number of counties and reduce the amount of money that goes there. The national government remains with a huge amount of money. And they want you to forget each time you mention corruption. And I want you to just check the X timeline. Anytime there is a huge corruption, the last time when it was Adani, again, we were diverted to number of counties. We do not have a number of counties problem in Kenya. I want to give you the example of a county like Vihiga. Vihiga County we were doing a study one time. Between 1963 in 2013 had received just about $1 billion in disbursements. Just about $1 billion. I want you to think about that. That's nearly 50 years. And then in the first year of devolution, they got 4.3 billion. Devolution has been a game changer. Let us deal with corruption without talking about devolution like it's a problem. For all their faults, you can walk into, some decrepit health centers and dispensaries and get small services. I still want to know, what does the national government do with the money that it retains? The problem is that we then got layers of governance that were supposed to have been removed from the governance structure. They were retained. The provincial administration is a heavy structure. And it is what sustains the state tyranny. That's what people need to understand. It is so huge that they even got, village elders, and they're now paying them. And the sole aim is to help push state tyranny. It doesn't do anything else. There is nothing your county commissioner, the assistant county commissioner, your chief does that cannot be done within the devolved structure. So for me, I'm like, no, we need to come off that boat that keeps telling you, let us amend the constitution. Politicians were shaken by the June 2024 protests. And they were shaken that Gen Zs were citing the constitution. They haven't forgotten that. And even if you look at the framing of compensation for the victims of police brutality, there is no police brutality mentioned. They mention victims of protests and demonstrations. They know that this generation understands the constitution and are determined to bring it to life. Let us walk away from this urge to want to amend the constitution. The minute you open that window, you will not be in charge. There is no citizen who will be in charge. Can they just first implement can they just first give rights? Can they give education rights? Can they give health rights? Can they give, before talking about representation? And if we are to talk about representation, can I hear people then say, that house should only remain with also 12 MPs? To go with the 12 regions, is it 12 or 14? Actually, no, they can have 28. 14 women, 14 men. That gives you gender balance. No more. We need to walk away from the temptation. And they know that citizens, when they hear, they know governors are corrupt. And they know that governors are the closest to citizens. And they know that's a raw nerve. They want to heighten it so that you begin to clamor for amendment. And guess what? You'll end up with a constitution that doesn't serve you, but that will serve the political class. Ultimately, the questions that will be put, you will find the ones that you really wanted, they didn't quite go the way you wanted. But the ones that the political class want will have been amended. Let us guard the constitution as it is. Tutekeleze katiba kwanza. Can we follow the health rights, housing rights, education rights, and other socioeconomic rights before we talk about representation? And if you're talking about representation, let us fight SRC that MPs should not be earning what they're earning. The problem is that they're even looking for pensions from that job. We pay you $1 million, Bob, a month, plus allowances that probably amount to another $1 million. And then you loot all the CDF. But guess what? You also want that in perpetuity. Something is drastically wrong. Our politics pays too much. And that's the problem. And now the politicians are looking for every way to survive, and not to survive just now, but to also survive when they're not in power. I am all for Tekeleza Katiba. Forget about this. Amend the Constitution. Let us fast forge the rights that we have in the Constitution. I yield.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Tekeleza Katiba. So, like, let's have one president, one deputy president or vice president, whatever you want to call him. And then let's have 8 counties. And then I'm making this really a little bit complicated. And then let's have, and I will want to hear what Western says about this. Let's have 47 or 48 for balance, of course, in terms of the national government. And then if you're going to have the so-called MCAs, let's have the number that we have 349, which is the size of the constituencies we had. Forget about this big deal. Just let's take to the 8 provinces, the 47, the national, and then the county, whatever you call it, be down to those 349. This over-representation would have been resolved. Of course, the wage bill would have been resolved until we able to manage. But again, that is just a thought that came as you guys have been presenting. Weston, your thoughts on where we are? And in academia, I was referring to, and I really have to make sure I clarify this, I was referring to the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, that's IGRTC, which is a separate government agency responsible for coordinating and overseeing the implementation of devolved functions between the national and the county government. So specifically on the igrtc.go.ke, you will see what they do. And also the gentleman I was referring to is Dr. Kipkuri S. Chepkwony, who also was appointed this year, January, as the SRC that we have been talking about, as I think is the current chairperson of the SRC. I could be wrong on that one, but that's the one I was referring to that I watched the debate the other day. So it's more for the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee addressing the issue of governance and of course devolved units or functions between the national and the county governments. But I'm gonna hear from Western as you submit, and also we try to bring our conversation to a close. It's been amazing to hear you guys speak passionately, but also with a lot of objectivity on this. Western.
James, thank you. James, one of the conflict resolution measures in divided societies is a federal system of government. It doesn't mean that it is the magic wand or is the remedy for inter-ethnic conflicts, but it goes a long way, particularly if it's well implemented. Ethiopia, that's what they did, but you can see it's not working for them because of the character of politicians all over the world. Ethiopia is a federal system of government, and they are so radical that their regions are actually ethnic. So the Oromo have got their region, Oromia. The Somali, they have got their region. Tigray, they've got their region. Amhara, they've got their region. It's like that. They don't make any bones about it. And if you read their constitution, actually, you can secede if you're not happy as part of the greater Ethiopia. You can secede. You can say, we Somalis are not happy. We can go. But of course, it's easier said than done. So with that, we cling to something called, because the opposite of a federal system of government is what we call a unitary state, where the government, central government, exercises power all over the territory virtually on all issues, whether it's security, whether it's foreign affairs, whether it's health, education, it's still centrally uh, decided, dictated, run. No, we've got ethnic fissures in Kenya. The Kenyan political elite successively have denied that that is not the case. Hence, those who agitated for a federal system of government in Kenya, whether you go and read the Bomas deliberations, that is what it was, federal system of government. What does it look like? In a federal system of government, you actually give a lot more power to states or regions, whatever you call them. And those governors have a lot more power to the extent that they can tell the president, you get lost. Get lost. They preside over bigger, entities geographically. They are likely to be, unless you go the Ethiopian, which that's what we have done. These countries are really ethnic. They are more diverse ethnically. But you have to put in place measures on how to manage diversity and to ensure there is inclusivity. We run away from that. So you create a county and you think, if this county is made up of Luya or Luo or Kikuyu, things will work out. No, but you just have a Kikuyu stealing from fellow Kikuyu, a Luo stealing from fellow Luo, and of course, Luya Masai, nothing changes because the architecture of the state is rotten at the center. So you simply replicate the problems at the center and take them to the margins, the counties. Why? Because a federal system of government is what the colonialists bequeathed, Kenya. But there are problems there about the land question. So that's why even at Bomas, the committee of experts, when they tried to use the word regions, the politicians came down heavy on them, expunged that word. We don't want to hear anything about regions. Then they went to the US, they have got counties. Oh, we borrowed. I'm not so sure whether they paid the Americans. They borrowed stuff from them. Then use counties. And these counties, why are they 47 there? They're 47 because they also did not think. They didn't think. They just went to 1992. I think the districts that Moi created until 1992 and picked those districts and turned them into counties. Because at the time this constitution was being drafted, Baki had gone on a spree of creating districts. They had reached, 200 and counting. It was crazy. So if they had gone by Mwai Kibaki's, mania, we would be having 200 plus counties. So how did they resolve that puzzle? They borrowed from Moi. By 92, Moi had created 47 districts. Pick those ones and turn them into counties. But do not give them much power. Do not give them more resources, more money. Don't let them, decide and dictate their own affairs in terms of health, education, and whatever. Make these governors beholden to the center, the president. Even a deputy president can actually summon governors in Kenya. Even weird. So it's a dummy. This devolution thing is a dummy. It's like lollipop. Politicians, dangle it to Kenyans. Kenyans ask for much more substantive and deeper system of devolved units. And they had the word for it, a federal system. Why? Because in a federal system, those units are semi-autonomous. They're not autonomous. They're part of a bigger territory called Kenya. So you not have a governor of Nyanza province or state going to the US to speak on behalf of Kenya. But the governor of Nyanza can go to the US and have some bilateral agreements with the governor of some state in the US. And they don't have to go through the central government in Kenya. They don't. In a federal system, the president cannot do what Uhuru Kenyatta did. You just fire a governor of Nairobi because you don't like him, he's not doing your bidding, and then you come up with some weird thing called Nairobi Metropolitan Services. And all that they do is to, lay out cabro in the city, lay out cabro. What are these people doing? They are gouging Nairobi County resources. You cannot fire a governor in a federal state as a president. And impeachment will be much more difficult. It's not these games we're seeing here. Oh, senators are summoning, governor of Migori. No, you are not going to do that. They are not beholden to you. They will tell you, a senator who dare do that, look for the nearest asylum and check in. You don't know what you're doing. So, revisiting, as Ella puts it, it will be like when you open a window, the room is stuffy. You need some fresh air. Well, you may get fresh air, but you may also invite flies into the house, and that may be problematic. Or you may think the air outside the house is fresh, but you realize no, it's not fresh. So that's the risk that Ella is sounding. That the moment you open the Constitution for amendment, the politicians will salivate at the opportunity. All the things that they have been, imagining, how can we embed these things in the Constitution? They will put them there. So you may get what you want, but you may also end up with things that you don't want. So back to square one. Again, now, look, what is this? Suddenly you've got office of the first vice president, second vice president, office of the prime minister, first deputy prime minister, second deputy prime minister, some very weird things. They're going to insert them there. You can give it to them. We're creating an elaborate, executive. And then when you ask them, what are you doing? For inclusivity. What do you mean by inclusivity? So that Kenyans don't kill one another. They can see Kalonzo Musyoka is there, I don't know somebody else. That's unity. No. Even John Garang, the Sudanese nationalist, John Garang. Very many people don't understand John Garang. When John Garang left Khartoum to the south to quell a mutiny, when the Southerners were protesting against marginalization by the Arabs in the north, well, he went there and he never went back to Khartoum. He turned into a leader of the mutiny and then mobilized South Sudanese to fight for their rights, respectability, and dignity against the Arabs in the north. Well, the war was protracted. It really, like from 75 or thereabout until 2005 or thereabout, when they signed those Naivasha peace agreement. Very long period of time. But Garang realized before South Sudan seceded that no, it will not be a viable state on its own. So Garang was not for an independent South Sudan. That's one thing that people don't know. He was for a united Sudan, a big country that was the largest African country in terms of landmass, but with federal units, much more power, so that South Sudan is not an independent state, but has got much more power and resources to determine its destiny, can control the oil in the south, make decisions for itself because of ethnic, religious, and many other distinctions. He was taken out. He died under very mysterious circumstances. Why? Because those who were invested in balkanizing Sudan, breaking it apart, realized that if Garang had lived, he would have actually told his kinsmen and women in the south, look here, we don't have infrastructure, we don't have, our literacy levels are very low, we've been fighting. There are guns in this society, it's a highly militarized society. We have got oil, yes, but even if we get independent, this oil will be hoarded by the political elite at the expense of the ordinary people. We have massive challenges that do not support a viable nation state. Let's remain part of the Greater Sudan, but we have got some modicum of autonomy. He was a Sudanese nationalist, and therefore he was taken out. We will need Kenyan nationalists. People will not be scared of creating these administrative units and giving them more money from the center because it's the right thing to do. That people will take charge of infrastructure in their states and regions. That governors can actually negotiate for their states with other similar systems of government elsewhere, whether it's in Brazil, whether it's in US, whether it's in Nigeria, name it, whether it's in any country you may think of, Germany, which is federal. You can go there as a governor and then see what is it can you do for your own people. Because even when you look at this governor, they want bigger units. And that's why governors of Nyanza previously, Nyanza province, tend to come together. And the ones previously Western province, they do come together under what? Lakeside, I don't know, governor something forum. Why? Because JM, even from an economical perspective, smaller things are usually unviable, very unviable. And that's why we have to create a bigger market in Africa, African free continental trade area. Bigger market. Because small countries like Benin Republic, Togo, Eritrea, Lesotho, Eswatini, these are small countries. The colonialists gave us, but economically they're not viable. They have to work under some bigger countries. It's the same thing. Migori, Kisumu, Homa Bay, Siaya, make it one entity. Kisi, Nyamira. What? Then I'll tell you why you will have to address the question of the Kisi and the Kuria in that particular state. Make it bigger. Bungoma, Kakamega, Busia, what is it? Vihiga. Bigger state. You can add Kitale if you want. Bigger state region. Rift Valley is much bigger. You can have it into two. North Rift, South Rift. Go ahead. Then these are bigger units, more viable. Spell out the relationship between the central government and the federal units. Spell it out, how they will coexist. Because at the end of the day, they all constitute a country called Kenya. JM, we have politicians who are scared. These are bigger questions. They're scared of these questions. Why? Because when Nairobi remains what it is, you are the only one who has got the key. You're the only one who has got the key to everything. Everybody must go to Nairobi for everything and anything. The corruption centered around Nairobi. It creates busy millionaires, billionaires who are not working, but just selling paper, snake oil, and air to Kenyans. No, we will have to do away with that, JM. In as much as I appreciate Ella's concerns and misgivings and reservation, pretty much founded. But we'll have to take bold moves. Raila Odinga, the only thing he's not telling me is that he was actually opposed to bigger units because he feared that governors would be much more powerful. But he come to realize, no, it's not working as it is. If you read the Nation newspaper, I think 5 days ago, they've got some kind of a feature, 15 years of this Katiba. So they're saying, Mwai Kibaki moved these counties, whatever they're from 14 to 47 or whatever. They're saying he did it unilaterally from 14 to 47. That at some point, the committee of experts had settled on 14 counties or units of administration. Kibaki unilaterally moved it. That committee of experts was beholden to political interest. That's one thing some Kenyans don't understand. It wasn't independent. It was overruled many times by the political elite, and they had nothing. There's nothing they could do about it. When the political elite told them, expunge this, redact this, remove this, they had no choice but to do it. And redact this, remove this meant that you remove the views that the Kenyan people wanted to be captured in the constitution. So this is a good constitution. I mean, better than what we had before, but extremely diluted, extremely bastardized as it is, and extremely top heavy. It's created positions for the political elite, and that's not what Kenyans wanted. Like the provincial administration, why is it there? Why is that thing there? So Kenyans are paying double. You're paying for MCAs, for governors. That's a system of government. But at the same time, you're paying for other characters, calling regional commissioners or commanders, whatever those people. This Natembea, the things that Natembea was doing before he became governor, that thing is part of the provincial administration. The colonial relic, those were dictators, those things like colonialism. Now, Kenyans wanted that thing to be removed from their lives because these are characters who used to harass, people in villages and whatever. Their role was to look for so-called illicit liquor and just arrest people. Kenyans say, no, we don't want this thing. And they're the ones who, effect Moi's edicts, Kenyatta's edicts. Those characters used to call them our ears on the ground, the provincial edict. Kenyans say, no, do away with this dictatorship. They used to steal elections, these DCs and PCs. They used to steal elections. So they just changed their titles, and that's what Moi Kibaki did. He refused, and they're here as we speak for patronage purposes. And the fear that if you don't have such people on the ground, you cannot count on counties and governors to do your bidding. So there's a parallel system of government that is only accountable to the president. That's anomalous. And some of us are not aware of those things. So there's so many things in this constitution that do not work for the people of Kenya. But the question is how we're going to go about it. Because not everybody else is reading from the same script. We may agree that we want to remove this and this and that. But others may say, now this is the opportune time to insert this, this, and this, and that. Then we don't move. So that is the challenge. If we don't have a president who is going to stamp his foot on the ground and say there's nothing personal as far as this constitution is concerned, I want it to serve the people of Kenya, then they can do it. If we don't have that person, likely we will have this 47 glorified district commissioner. Well, that's what they are. The only difference is that they have got budgets at their disposal. But 15% of the national budget is not a lot of money. But it's a lot of money if you don't do anything with it. The only thing you do with it is you share with your cronies. Those people who are hired in the county government, and the rest you pocket. It's a lot of money. But if it's for development purposes, not a lot of money. Much more money should go to those units. And people will tell you, no, but governors are corrupt. JM. You don't punish Kenyan citizens because some governor is corrupt. So that kind of thinking does not make sense. No, if you give governors more money, they're just going to loot it. Arrest them. Not even impeach them. Just arrest them and jail them.
Actually, I wanted to ask you that because they're not like the president who probably won't go through. Why they just arrest them, jail them? I wanted to ask you that before I make a comparison between one state and Kenya to bring people to perspective of what you've been saying about economic viability and of course population representation. And I'll pick a state to illustrate my point. But I wanted to comment on that point of arresting them. Yeah.
Yes, JM, we play games with the corruption in Kenya. We just play games. Like Babayao, you arrest Babayao, and then after you arrest Babayao, you play games like circus animals, the kind of games we play. Then Babayao sits in some jail for some time, then Babayao is released. When Babayao is released, he's told, you're going to pay this kind of fine. Well, it runs into millions. But in comparison with what Babayao is accused of having stolen, that's small change. Money you've not worked for. Even if they tell you pay back 10 million as a fine or whatever it is, that's small change. You didn't work for that money. And you've stolen money running into billions. What is it? You go back home and start enjoying the money. So if you don't do that, it doesn't matter. And even if the money remains at the center, it's still abused. It's not like the people at the center are taking good care of the money on behalf of the Kenyan people. They're also stealing at the center. The people on the periphery, as governor, they're also stealing. So what do? You have to safeguard the interests of the Kenyan citizens. And how do you do it? Just hold those people to account. That's the only way. There's no other remedy. There isn't. The political elite is decayed. And how do you teach them how to act with moral rectitude? You pick a few of them to set as an example. Jim, as I learned, I wanted to talk about what would be the place of, let's say, the Kuria in Nyanza state, or the Kisi, or the Sabaot in Western state, pick any state, or in the Rift Valley, which is much more multicultural and multi-ethnic. Where power sharing is involved in such societies, highly divided, there's something we call consensational democracy. Forget about that word. It's just how are we going to share power equitably? So what do? One of the things you do, which you embed in the Constitution in Nairobi.
No, did you call it concessional? Say that again.
Consensational democracy.
Concession. So that's not the same as negotiated democracy. Is that similar?
You can call it that because that's what you do.
I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Yes. So forget about the tongue twister kind of.
Right. Yeah. No, I just wanted to be clear. I had you right. Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. That's what it is. So
right.
In the Constitution in Nairobi, you have to put in place certain provisions. One of which is called minority veto. It's like veto, that thing in the UN Security Council, where if any of the 5 permanent members vetoes a particular decision, it's not going to pass. It can only pass if none of the 5 permanent members vetoes it, then it passes. Once America, Russia, China, UK, or France, then dead in the water. You do something like that in the Constitution, so that in Nyanza state, if there are decisions that have to be passed by Nyanza state parliament, the Kuria will have to scrutinize the decisions and see where the interests are captured because of the numbers. The Kisi will have to scrutinize that particular resolution or bill, whatever it is, to see how have their interests been captured. If the interests have not been captured, they veto that decision. So it doesn't matter. The numbers on the other side, it may be 50 to, let's say, 5. The 5 who have said no, it can't pass. Until, as you put it, you negotiate with them. Say, okay, what are your concerns? They tell you their concerns, and then you put their concerns in that bill, that motion, whatever policy you want to put in, and they say, yes, we agree. Now this can pass. You say, okay, you've written books for schools in this state. Where are books in Kuria language? You say, no, we thought no. It would be damn expensive to print books in Kuria language. Or Kisi, no. It's not going to pass. We need books in Doluo, books in Kuria, books in Egikusi. The same thing in Western. The Sabaot say, we're a minority in Mount Elgon. Where are our interests? This bill you want to pass. But in Parliament, you're how many? You may have, let's say, 2 or 3 representatives from that area in Western State Parliament. but they've got the minority veto. If they scrutinize whatever it is that you want to pass, it has completely ignored them. They veto the thing, it doesn't pass. So that at any given stage, look, you have to negotiate. Not the law, the law thing that we turn to. No. In societies that are divided, some are minority, some are majority, the politics must be of negotiation, give and take, quid pro quo. It's not that the courts have ruled. Now, no, it's not the courts have ruled. Are you satisfied? Yes, we are. Then we can move forward. Our politicians don't want that, JM. They don't want it. So what are we going to do? What will you do? Because they were scared of ethnic politics, and that's why they say, let's create Migori. Then they realize, okay, but Migori is not homogeneous. Oh, Kisumu is homogeneous, but there's still problems. Because those problems are not resolved because members of the county assembly are drawn from the same ethnic group. You don't resolve problems that emanate from the failings of human nature. It's not just about ethnicity. Human nature tend to be selfish. They tend to take advantage of one another. They tend to be exclusive. You're not going to solve those problems by creating counties, Meru County, whatever. You don't. Because the citizens will hold the wrong end of the stick by a political elite that is not responsive. So we have to think big. Raila is inviting us to reflect on those things in a highly polarized society. So his views are not likely to find near universal traction, but we have to give them consideration. You know, it's too early to amend the constitution. We shouldn't amend it. But there are certain things that are left pending. Because if you read even the Australian constitution that was promulgated in 1907, to date, as we speak now, 2025, it has only been amended 8 times. And the last time it was amended was 1977. How long ago was that? 1977. That's the last time they amended the constitution. Within the same duration, they have had, I think, 44 or thereabout referenda in that region. Of all those referenda, only 8 also have passed. The rest failed. They failed. Why? Because of what Ella is talking about. They're very suspicious of, you know, politicians or anybody wanting to tinker with their constitution or wanting to alter the way they are governed. Because when you open that window, the constitution becomes fair game. Then naturally, the politicians will prioritize their narrow interest to the exclusion of the interests of the citizen. So they just make it abundantly clear that anyone who just wakes up and contemplates of amending the constitution, it's a tall order. You're not going to succeed very easily unless you've got your story well mapped out. If you want to come up with a referendum to change anything or to put anything in the constitution, you must get your story right. Otherwise, you are guaranteed defeat. They will defeat you. So they're that conservative. We are not like that. So I don't know. That's why we have to talk.
Yeah, I really wanted to do this, but this is getting interesting. I hope I can have somebody who can probably transcribe this information. But I want to now let's get, how do we get the president then? Do we still go to the universal, whatever the popular vote, or do we probably how do we get the president? Your thoughts. Let me know to start them.
Yes, the president. We get the president the way the Americans get the president. We get
okay, so we get the electoral college.
No, not electoral college.
That's not the US. No. The US
elected.
Okay, that's not that the way US gets it.
As in, look, by popularly elected, I mean the citizenry cast votes for the president.
Right. You can get less votes. You can get less votes in the US and still become president.
That's it. That's the thing. But still, Donald Trump still quotes the number of people who voted for him. So that is good.
Yeah, because he got both this time round. But in the first term, he actually got less less votes than Hillary, but won because of the electoral college. Remember?
Absolutely. But
Yeah.
US is also, you understand why
It's kind of
that electoral
unique.
college came
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
It's also about inclusivity. It's
Right.
inclusivity
Because of, I mean, yeah, because,
yes,
but
because
California needs more. Yeah. But
if
that's
you
a
don't
different story.
have the electoral college, then you can ignore some states because they're too small. But with the electoral college, there is no state that you can ignore. Even if it has got one electoral college vote or two, you must persuade people that.
Yeah. Wyoming has one, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's for inclusivity.
Yeah.
That whoever drafted their constitution was factoring that so that majoritarianism, you do not have the tyranny of majoritarianism. That's what it's called. This
Right.
thing where you're told the majority of their way, I don't know. No, that's dictatorship.
Yeah, and
So
the
with
minority they
us,
say.
we will
Yeah.
not go that. We will
Mhm.
not have an electoral college.
Okay, so
Kenyans will
let's
elect.
let the Kenyans vote, because then
Yes.
the focus will have gone back to those kind of the counties you're calling them, but all the states actually you find them to the states, so that
Yes.
would have gone to the
Remember,
states. Yes.
we still remain one.
Yeah, we are
single
one single country. Yeah.
entity.
Mhm.
Yes.
Right.
So
Okay.
Kenyans will directly elect their president because the president
Yeah.
will remain with key issues.
For defense and all
One
that,
of it is
security.
security. It's
Security.
not
Yeah.
going to be devolved. That
Right.
one will be a state function. But of course,
But
you can say,
law and order will be devolved.
yes.
Yeah. And I think
Well,
that's
but even that in our case,
Mhm.
you can actually take it to the counties. You know why? Because you can make it. These are radical kind of provisions. That the police in Nyanza State will work in Nyanza State. If you're recruited
Yes.
as a police officer
Yes.
in Nyanza State,
Yep.
you can go to Kiganjo to train, but you'll go and work in Nyanza State, State. The same thing in West. You know why? Because part of this violence we complain about in Kenya, it's because you can pick a police officer from one part of the country and into to another part of the country.
Oh yeah, if I know that I'm a president and I'm a rival to you, I'll bring my kisses to your area, and they will terrorize your people so bad, because to them they're actually not keeping law and order, but they're fighting for their person.
Correct.
You know.
That is it.
Oh yeah, I know how that
Constitution-
works. We vote for our sheriffs. I vote for my sheriff. I know for everything, and we vote for our everything. And then if the Kenyans want something into a more localized level, now we can even have chairmen to lead that. Like, for example, in this city here, there's a chairman of I don't even know him, but he's been my chairman for what, 6 years. I don't care. Everything is done well. I just want to tell you that is do you, I was about to ask you have this in writing, but I will get the audio and really pay attention to all these details, because somebody somehow has to initiate this when all this noise is gone. Reason is, right now everything is so polarized that it's we can make any difference. We just have to live with what we have.
Yes,
but
yes,
sooner or later we have to get back on this track and do this. For example, I wanted to look at I've been in just one state for 21 years. 21 years of my life I've done that, and of course involved in the Kenyan politics, both Kenyan whatever, both politically. But here I've participated as an electoral official for four elections. And all this time, I have really enjoyed how we do. I have to go there, sign. I'm of course I stand with the Democrats. And of course, we have the Republicans, and such a smooth way of doing things. Whereas then it won't cost even a quarter of what we spend in Kenya to do our electoral process. Like it will not work. But if you were to compare, I can't use California at all, because now the economy of California has beaten all the African countries together. all of them. They just completely surpass them in a great way, and we hope Gavin will be this. But I'm interested in Ohio, which is smaller and that I've been narrating for a while. So let me give you some data here, so that, and I was looking at metrics between Kenya and Ohio. Now, the Kenya GDP, I believe at this point is at, this is which date? Is this 2024, 2025? Could be off by a bit, but you will get the sense. It's at GDP 131, approximately $132 billion. Of course, if you compare that with Ohio is 730. Gosh, I thought I'd pull up the table, but I'll get it. I mean, I have a table for it. This is much easier. Okay, 740. So 131 Kenya, and 734. Now, legislative size, Kenya has 47 senators. Of course, Ohio has 33 senators, and Kenya has 349. The National Assembly. Of course, the representatives in Ohio are 99. I'm trying to show you the number of the people we have, the GDP and all that. Obviously, the difference will come in on population, because the Kenyan population is really high. Now, in terms of looking at PPP, that would be a different story we can talk about another day. But I just wanted to show you that economically speaking, number of legislators that we have, and all this kind of stuff. Obviously, when it comes to the counties, it's going to be here they're being governed by the representatives, the county representatives, and some of them are just 3 representatives, and you keep running the affairs. The sheriff, of course, is there. We have the judges, and you have your own Supreme Court and stuff. What I'm trying to say is that what we have at the moment, as much as many Kenyans beat me a lot when I use the word that is not economically sustainable or viable, I just want people to open their eyes and see that what we have cannot be sustained by the size of economy that we have, number one. Number two, in agreement with you, is that we are overrepresented. And when I mention that, I've not mentioned the members of county assemblies, we have the governors, we have all this kind of stuff. If I always talk about the governors, then I would say we only have one governor in a state, and of course, in terms of that population. So what we need is what you've talked about, to really put it to the people in a way they would comprehend, petitioned well, and mapped out, and how it will work. Obviously, people will put in their own thoughts and all that, but at least to look at it like, realistically speaking, what we are doing is not working. And the best way to do this is to rethink. I know Ikuro Court wanted to do that Punguza Mizigo thing. It couldn't. I mean, there was politics, of course, involved. Nothing could move. But at some point, somebody outside of the politicians will need to come up with this discussion. We need to come up with this bill. We need to really bring this out to the people so that we can have a conversation. Otherwise, I really think that what we have in Kenya right now is a burden, and it's more of a bigger burden because much of the little resources we have it goes to people's pockets. Very few of those that we have, and that is why we need this conversation to continue. Yeah.
JM, we also have to be careful not to link the hemorrhage of the national fiscus to the number of representatives we have. Because actually what costs us is impunity. We pay for impunity, not the mere fact that we've got county assemblies or that Senate layer, in as much as it's superfluous. The salaries these people earn would not really dent the exchequer, wouldn't dent it. what dents the exchequer is the corruption that accompanies it, that grand corruption. That's what completely hollows out the national budget.
But they always say, for example, in I think it was in Kisi, and I think Sporasani could correct me, there were like 70 something percent pay salaries. Isn't that like something that we should be concerned if over 70% of what you have pay salaries, as opposed to what people really expect about 35, which should probably be 15. I mean, really, if ideally you do 15, but 30. 70 is high.
James, you know why?
Yeah.
You know why? Go to any of those counties. Just if you find time, just go to any of those counties. You'll find many joyriders. Many joyriders. You know, like people are hired that are on the payroll, but really there's nothing they do. Some don't even pitch. Some may be ghost workers. They don't actually exist. But there's money at the end of the month that goes into somebody's pocket. I'm saying we're paying for corruption. That you hire many people in excess of what is supposed to be done.
I see, and I agree.
Yes,
because we had a governor that came during impeachment or something, no audits, and then he was asked the advisors he had. He mentioned the number, but he didn't know any of them by name. And there is
that's what we pay for actually. The other thing is, like members of parliament in Nairobi. Have you noticed, or did you notice, when the Salaries and Remuneration Commission tried to set their salaries and emoluments, they completely refused. They told them, no, with us, no, you can exercise your mandate. And this is an independent body, courtesy of 2010 Constitution, was supposed to regulate salaries within the civil service. And politicians were not meant to be above that. They told them no. There was a woman called Serem. She was told no, get lost. With us, we'll set our own salaries. We are going to notice when our salaries have been gnawed away by inflation. Can you imagine an employee who has got a right to increase their own salary? It's weird, completely bizarre.
It's bizarre. I mean, really, like, and they actually threaten that if you dare do this, we don't give you funding to do your job.
Yes, they did. These things, when you hear the president say these people are corrupt, they're actually corrupt. Their way of, retaliating is just to say we're not going to pass this. You're not going to get your budget, and what? We're going to frustrate you. We're going to cripple your job. Like crybabies, spoiled brats. These are not representatives of the people. If they cannot have their way, they will make your life difficult. They'll frustrate you. We can't have this kind of people. So it's corruption actually that we pay for. Not the fact that these people draw salaries.
It's corruption. And there was one case of somebody I know is a relative actually, and the lady, they agree with the other lady on when to go to work because they don't have much productivity, not much work. So whatever amount of work they do, one of them can do it in a day. And then for me, enda unifanyie hii because there's nothing else to do. Alafu na mimi nitakufanyia next week. And then the rest of the week, they don't show up to work and they're on the payroll. I know that for sure. And then,
because
yeah.
Even if you reduce, the people on the payroll, and you weed out ghost workers, and if the governor or the speaker, whoever it is, those kind of people, if they're not made aware that if they cannot account for public money, they'll go to jail. They're going to steal money that was being paid to some other workers. They're just going to steal it. So we're not saying this is the magic one. People may think, okay, but if you make them bigger units, that in and of itself will not make those states work optimally. We're saying we must stamp out corruption. Because you can imagine the amount of money, just look at it like this. When you realize there's still a problem, if you don't see it, look at the amount of money that the governor of Muranga has, for instance, or Mombasa. Then remove the governor of Mombasa, the governor of Kwale, or is it Tana River, whichever, and then have only one governor. Now look at the amount of money that one individual is controlling the budget. It's much bigger. Now, if that character is still just the same corrupt character who was running Mombasa or Tana River or Migori or Kisumu, you just have got a thief who has got much more money at their disposal. So you have to rein in the culture of theft, that you'll go to jail. Then you can safeguard public resources. If you don't do that, you will not really have achieved much. You wouldn't have achieved that. So we're not just saying collapsing these units in and of itself.
It's a lot.
Will
It's a lot
much
more. Yeah, it's a lot more that needs
Yes,
to be
it's
done.
a lot more than that. And what we have to fight hard is against moral infraction in public life.
Right.
That war we have not even started.
Yeah. I don't know if academia or Ella work for the government. When you guys go to the office, what do you do? If you work for the government of Kenya, I'm just curious. What do you guys do?
Esmond, I don't work in or for the government. I hustle my ways out. I've never worked for any government. I don't intend to, but if fate would decide otherwise, I would just work. What I know, you see, justice. Our politics is designed in such a way, it is captured by very few people. And that's why we are here. If you look at even all these politicians, there is a way, maybe 70% will always link them to some very powerful families in the past. And either you are the son of chief, you are the son of assistant minister, you are the son of somebody, or there is a way now that the family in Kenya, there's a way how they capture the politics in this country. So an outsider who wants to penetrate and become more popular, you will meet a lot of hurdles. I don't know whether you've noticed that in any region, not all, but in most cases.
No, that's true. There are even jokes unaona, even on the video clips, mtu anakuuliza, unaona saa ile mtu ana show up kwa mlango anauliza, is this one of us? Like there's a hidden message to know, is that in our circle? Yeah? How does even get access to this team?
let me tell you one funny thing. Do you know the current governors in South Nyanza, all are related to Raila Odinga. All.
Like including
Ochila Yako.
Oh, Ochila Yako.
Related
Okay.
to Raila Odinga.
I didn't know.
Gladys Wanga. That Wanga thing is the bondos, the Odinga, something like that.
Oh, wow.
So the origin is from there. So there's a way how it is connected. Even Kidero, this guy from Kidero, the origin. So you look at even the MPs, including the Kalori Mund and all. You look at them, the Kajuang family, all these people. They in a way how some link.
Part of the dynasty.
Yes, part of the dynasty in a way. So now let me tell you this devolution thing. Do you know the reason why these people don't want this devolution to be, they don't want to devolve it fully? Because one, these guys, they have stake in Nairobi. When you were in Nairobi around 2015, around there, you realize that in places such as Westland, you go to Riverside, going to those Kilimani, Kileleshwa, all that time, there were so many apartments and they are empty. Why? Because some people moved to build in the counties. So they will go and put very good houses in the county and then come to pay, to build some apartment in the name of Airbnb and all that stuff. So if you devolve fully government, this devolved unit, you will realize that they are going to suffer in Nairobi and they don't want that. And one of the lucrative business in Nairobi is rentals. You get, and there are very few people. There are very few people who do not want counties to function, because if you allow those things to work, they will partly lose the business in Nairobi.
Mm-hmm.
They will lose them. That is why you see, like a county like Kiambu. Kiambu, I can say out of 100%, there is high chances that around 30 to 40%, I can say diaspora investment.
Mm-hmm.
You get?
Yep.
Yes, because those houses in Kiambu, those people don't live in those houses. It is people who travel up country and other places that live in Kiambu. And you realize that during Uhuru side, they tend to make it so attractive going the side of Kiambu side. That is why the infrastructure in terms of roads, building and all those days, they really push those things the side of Kiambu. It was designed for business purposes.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go to the other side of Mombasa Road on the other side, going to Mlolonga on the other side, nothing is happening. But when you are this side of Kiambu Road, along this side, then you go to the other side of Kikuyu and all that, massive buildings, everything, road and all that. It was designed for business purposes. So if you are if you are a Kiambu person, you don't pay rent, but you realize you don't even have a place to farm. There is no, in fact, there is no farms in Kiambu. All of them, they have turned into rentals. And who are sitting there? We people like you, Desmond, we are the one who are going to sit Kiambu Road.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, if you make that economical block, you will have to go to Kisumu, you will have to go to Bungoma, you will have to, and who is going to remain in Kiambu or in Nairobi? Very few people. So it is something that they will really struggle to get it. And that's the challenge. They don't want to lose that business. You see, when we started counting, immediately there was some mass movement from Nairobi to the county. And they realized this thing is not going to give us business. So they have to play around with the devolution somehow like that. And if people are not careful, this government, the governors, all counties will just remain a shell of bookshop, like a shell of a bookshop, something like that. It will not work. So if we want to make devolution work, we will actually, even the national government will not be attractive. It will be less attractive.
Of course.
People are going to lose a lot, and they fear that. They really fear that.
Yeah.
Now, I'm one of the person who have question about the parliament. Now, you see everybody nowadays, people use platform like even this X and all that, propel them to look for political office. People are going to parliament. Let these people tell you that they are going to work. They're not going to work. There's a lot of privileges or advantages in parliament, and that's why people are going there. Some are going there to protect their wealth. Some are going there to protect the kind of business like washers and all that. So it has become a conduit for maybe corruption or wealth or something like, because this
kwa hivyo nitafute kiti ya West Mugrango.
Tafuta kiti if you want, because look, these people control a lot of things. The reason why,
I'm just messing with you.
the reason why it is a very lucrative to be an MP in government in Kenya, because you have power and you control a lot of resources. These people control even tender in government. A lot of things they control. They make phone calls. If you look at even the debate of the motion of the impeachment, if you watch it, you can see a lot of display of power.
Oh yeah.
Whether what they are saying is true or false, but you can clearly see that somebody can simply call you and tell you to send them even 40,000, and you just send. That's all. So those are mkubwa amesema fanya hivyo na unafanya hivyo. So I think we have to fix our politics. You see, you sit in parliament. Do you know these people earn a lot of money? Imagine. At you
They do.
sitting for a business. Yani you pay them sitting. Look at that. How ridiculous that is.
And then you
When
wonder what, and then you
Huh?
yeah, sitting allowance, the travel, everything, and then you pay them a salary. So what's their salary used for again?
and they set those salaries for themselves. Huh?
And they even have those house something. They have the car grant. They have they have, which they have to replace every so often. I don't know, man.
Do you know the reason why
Or is
somebody
there a
was
reason why
gone for
is there a reason why we cannot propose? This is very idealistic, because it used to be one of a rallying call by one of presidential candidates in the States. It was saying that is there a reason why these people cannot work part-time instead of full-time? Because what do they do? What do they have to work full-time, like every day of the week?
If you were to be honest, I think Parliament should even work part-time, or even if they work full-time, because in a week they only work Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I think in a week that.
Yeah, and they don't, and most of them don't show up.
Exactly, and some of them some recess and all that. And these people make a lot of money traveling, committee and all. That is why going into those committees are very lucrative. You are in the tourism committee. You see, they even know committees where if you go there, you become a millionaire overnight because of the interest involved. That is why they are fighting all those committees, because they know what happens there. So
I want you to check a city called Kenton. The mayor, who I've met before a few times, he works in the prison. He was telling me he works part-time. By the way, that's already implemented in some cities. I'm not making this up. And it was like, yeah, this is what I do. These are the days I have the meetings, and the rest of the people are working. Then I also volunteer. I also work, actually not volunteer. He works and he gets paid at the prison as one of the persons who does counseling for the prisoners in there. So anyway, it's probably far-fetched for Kenya for now. It may not work at the moment, but at some point we may have to start thinking, how many hours did you work? Why do we have to pay you sitting allowance and then pay your salary? We will start asking these things. They think we are not coming. Waja tu hii chaos ya 2027 ishi.
Do you know, Justice, do you know the revenue that Nairobi County generates? And do you know the cartel of, do you know City Hall? City Hall is like it controls economy of Kenya. That place they can simply collect close to even $500 million, either weekly or daily. You see, Songo used to tell us that people can walk into his office with 200 million bribe.
Yeah.
These people, they don't want even to automate those things. They want that thing to be manual, because the money in Nairobi is huge. That is why any governor in Nairobi must work closely with the the big boys, the
yeah,
Railas, the Urus, the Rutos. If you cannot, and that is why I'm saying you are a friend to Babu. If Babu is lucky enough to get to the city hall, and is not supported by Raila Odinga or Uhuru Kenyatta or Ruto and all that, Babu cannot even serve 1 year in that office if those people are still there. Those people you don't work with them, they will get you out. They will simply get you out. Because it is that is the center of power. It is the center of power. Money that comes from City Hall controls a lot of things in Nairobi. That's where they get the campaign money, a lot of things. You see now,
that's probably when at some point they used to say that it should not even be a county, especially so it should be like DC, I guess. I mean,
you see the new apartment that is coming up in Upper Hill, Kilimani, Kileleshwa, all these places. Who can afford even to buy land in Upper Hill as an individual? These people they hide those money in those buildings or in those apartments. And if you look at it, it's not something that is transacted through the bank. A lot of them, they just collect those money and because bank is easy, you can track these people. These people you cannot even trust them because they control the system, they have the power. That is why to fight this monster, we have to fix the politics. I don't know how we are going to fix our politics.
Not in the current climate. I've tried a few like things. I mean, we have been together here all the time. In the current climate, it's already people already fixated 2027. There's nothing. There's nothing we like. So there will be so much waste of time between now and 2027, and then we start afresh. If whoever is going to be elected, they fight, then it becomes our fight. We're not moving.
You see somebody like the war is here. Somebody like Raila Odinga. Raila, by age, Raila is exiting the active politics.
I think so.
Going to lose that power. So what Raila needs is he wants to put something in place for the common man. That's why he's trying to talk about the CDF, NGCS, something like that. Not in that, because if you remove those things in the hands of MP, let me tell you, nobody will be instead to go to parliament. All these privileges, if you remove them, they will not have that power.
They will create another law. They will create another law. That's where they are lawmakers. They will create another. All right, as we learn.
So we have to look out, because if we are not careful, we are just going to play into their.
We already have. Right now, look at the news, look at everything, look at every analysis. It's like the country has stopped. Now, let's just keep having a conversation and hope that after 2027, we will make some changes. Because right now, even talking about constitutional amendment, it's not going to work. I mean, it's not going to happen right now. I can feel it. I talk to people sometimes even offline, and I can tell you it's,
JM.
Yes.
JM, I don't know. Like, you see, going forward, we will have, as Kenyans, to completely shred the mindset of this political elite and their so-called experts.
Right.
Because if there's one thing that they betray, is mimicry. They just copy anything and everything. And sometimes they realize, no, they made a mistake when we could just have studied the thing carefully. Like you're talking about Washington, D.C., that is the federal capital. It itself is not a state and is not part of any state. The same thing with Abuja in Nigeria. It's a federal capital. Now these characters, they come with something called Nairobi city, county, even the naming itself just grotesque.
For some reason today I've had so much fun. Maybe I was more relaxed than before. Even the naming itself is just.
I mean, what kind of people are they? They realize, no, Nairobi should not be a county. But why didn't you do it from the get-go? Why didn't you do it? Like, why didn't you do it? This is a capital city. The capital city has to be part of the national government. Just leave it as it is, as the capital city. You have enough counties. No, just turn everything and anything into a county. So that's what I mean by we will have to discard this kind of mindset. Even when you're given something to copy, you just copy wrong. You don't even see like this is wrong. You just copy everything and anything.
I used to copy until I copied the section that says prepared by ChatGPT.
Jeff, as I yield, let me. I'm going to yield on this note.
Yeah,
because
sure. So
that's
then
where
we
started.
can land. Yeah, we need to close for sure.
Remember, I told you the impeachment of Omunyoro is an example of where the end justifies the means. The end, like the result, justifies how that result was obtained. Whether it was insubordination, whether it was corruption, whether it was tribal politics, is neither here nor there. Now, listen to Jeremiah Kioni. I think he's the Secretary General of Jubilee or something.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yeah.
Yes. Listen to him. I'm going to quote him verbatim. If we had civic education, we would actually understand what being impeached under our constitution means. Once impeached, you cannot start galvanizing people behind you because you're only going to mislead them. The constitution has already declared you unfit to hold public office or to lead in any direction. End of quote. Can you imagine even politicians that we criticize every other time, they remind us Kenyans of
No,
not just
repeat
the
that
letter
last
of
phrase.
message,
Repeat the last
not
phrase. The
the
last
spirit.
phrase. And in what? I want the last phrase.
Okay, let me repeat the last
Uh-huh.
sentence. The constitution has already declared you unfit to hold public office or to lead people
In any
in any
direction. I like
direction.
that.
Yes. End of quote. That's what he's saying. You know, he's reminding us. But here we come on this space, no, this guy can be president, this guy can support so and so. Like we're just, you know, desecrating the constitution, even with that kind of speak. We can't entertain it. Kioni is reminding us. And Kioni is one of just the cynical politicians. We are very cynical. Of course, he has got his own personal differences with Wamunyoro.
Yeah, but he's a
in this case,
good guy.
he's right.
I mean he's a lawyer, but he's also he's an interesting one.
So he's warning people who are rallying behind Wamunyoro, just as some of us have been saying all along, that this character is misleading you. It's misleading you. There's nowhere, any viable place that he can ever take anybody. He puts it, he cannot lead people in any direction. I yield, AJ.
It's been phenomenal. Thank you. Academic, you're gonna say your last final say.
Kama mjaenda
Sure.
Unajua leo I was somewhere and we were discussing. I don't know, Western, don't go. I need you to respond to this. Then in 2017, I think 2017 is where election was nullified. Then in the run-up to rerun for Uhuru, and Rao did not attend. Do you know? And I was asking this guy, do you know there are some judges that were blocked from accessing the Supreme Court? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think some I think I don't know where
Yes,
that was being
some.
discussed. Yes, yeah. I had that.
Then I told this guy, as a matter of principle or integrity, if I were CJ, now the CJ
Oh, I
Emeritus
think I had it from
and
Manyora too. Now I remember.
Maraga,
Okay.
and I also said that and that I said this thing before. If Maraga was honest enough, why didn't Maraga resign? Not just insist that if this is the case, then I'm not part of this. Do you know what that guy told me? Okay, no, those things you cannot compete with the state, and you expect the same person to go and change things. It can't work like that. So he will use the same thing. So what do you make up? What do you make of that justice? By the way, why didn't Maraga? Okay, why did Maraga resign that day, or just say, if these people cannot attend court, then that's the end of judiciary. People should just go and let Kenyans decide what they want to do.
Yeah.
What could have happened?
And obviously, you know, I'm
You
sure
know,
there were
you
threats.
block.
Yeah.
You block a supreme judge. That's why I keep on telling you, Supreme Court is just a political.
And they say that
There is
they
nothing.
had to be escorted by police. I think there was another issue where they had to be given some extra police. Yeah, Maraga needs to answer that question. Actually, that's a very good question. No, for real, it's a good question, and I'm hearing it now, and I'm thinking it's a serious question to be responded to.
No, I
Because
addressed it long time ago with
he
some
did.
people in another space, and they were saying no, we cannot go to that. But when you see, when we raise these things, somebody will tell you, no, you see, you are supporting government.
No,
We need to go to the substance.
Right.
If we talk of integrity, we need to go to substance. And then, even the same, I don't want to make it a Maraga thing, but Maraga served the system. And then he has retired. He's now coming back. He has the right to do so, but the reason why we will not get it right is because we are not honest enough to say things that we feel are wrong.
No, Maraga running. I don't think there's anything wrong. It's only that the questions you're asking, the questions you're asking are good, in the sense that, you know, what significant difference he can bring. I mean, he has to be scrutinized. He has to be interrogated. Of course, nobody is going to spare him. But for him to run is the same way I've always had a problem. For Biden to run, he needs to run at the age. Ye mwenyewe ndiye atakataa. Raila to run, hata Raila akisema anataka kurun next, he can run. That's why we have a constitution, and he should be allowed to run. For me, I have a problem with, of course, many people and the young people know me about that. Whenever you start bringing ageism as a factor, I have a problem with that. Maybe because I'm old now, but I remember there was this, who was this president who pulled a very strong point. One of the oldest US president was what? Was it Reagan? I think it must have been Reagan, when on a debate, and I'm not quoting really, I'm just paraphrasing. On a debate, the competitor was trying to make fun about his age and all that. The guy pulled back and said that that's the same way I don't want to make fun of your youth and inexperience to do anything in life. I'm like, there's always danger everywhere. But yes, the thing of Maraga, let's have land, and then I have maybe Western to comment on that. Kevin is here, and then we close, because I really need to step out in 2 minutes. Yeah.
Remember the other time somebody abused you when the space, I don't know who was hosting that. This guy is just and then we were talking about the same Wamuyo. We said that once you're impeached, you're impeached. You stand impeached. There is nothing you can do.
I've,
So,
st-
and then the guy is like, I
I've
think
seen
the guy
that
accused
repeatedly.
you.
Yeah, that's fine. I've always stayed the same once impeached. And
And
by the way,
then,
I had to go back and even compare criminal issues and the impeachment. I'm like, these things, it's like not the same. You're impeached, you're impeached. We've talked about that. I don't think we should even have a, but I really want to get that quote. Yeah.
and you know, the same Munyoro said that is the best to take Ruto home. And you see, people are really clapping. And the same time, people are saying, Wamunyoro will help people, will help them get out of. So who is this foolish? It's like the house is burning, but you're busy chasing the rats. So Wamunyoro is to help you get out Ruto, and then you will remind him that, by the way, you are impeached. How does that even work? So
Yes,
I think people need to stop being mediocre.
Thank you, Academy. Very, very good and very, thoughtful submission. Weston, did you want to make a comment on Academy's statement about Maraga? Probably 1 minute.
JM, Maraga said and unsaid at the same time.
Yeah.
Said and unsaid. He announced, well, not unilaterally, part of the bench. Announced that election, and rightly so. But subsequently, that election that the Supreme Court ordered be organized, it was
conducted
not
according
organized in conformity with the orders of the court. So how he went ahead and okayed the subsequent election, I mean, it didn't make sense. Because it made nonsense of the ruling. The political elite, Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, completely defied the Supreme Court. And the other thing, as I've said here, just to add on what Academia said, Njoki Ndung'u specifically, as part of the Supreme Court, behaved like a political hack. A political hack. You know, where you move away from what they usually say called jurisprudence. You know, what philosophy guides your ruling? On what merits are you ruling that this election should not have been nullified? With her, if you read her ruling, part of the dissenting ruling, she comes up with something very bizarre. That the other judges should not have nullified that election. They should have ordered a recount of the presidential vote. Very bizarre, very weird. But the majority ruling was very clear that you IEBC demonstrate to us that you organized credible election in accord with the constitution and applicable laws. They could not. So it wasn't, the burden was not on the petitioners, Raila Odinga and the others. No. It's the same thing I always say here. If you want to fight corruption, shift the burden of proof to the accused. Not you, JM or Academia, who accuses a governor of corruption, and then the governor says, I'm going to sue you. No. The court should ask this governor, let's see your net worth before you elected governor and what it is now. Explain to us how your net worth exponentially rose from what it was before and what it is now. But what they do, it is you, JM, to prove that they are corrupt. No, you don't fight corruption. So what the Maraga court did, they shifted the burden of proof to the IEBC. And the IEBC could not prove that they had conducted credible election. But there are things that happened as academics putting on. If you watched, one of the outcomes of that ruling was the resolution by the political elite then that Philomena Mwilu will not become Chief Justice under their watch, if you remember. When Maraga was retiring, about to retire, they waged a scorched earth campaign of vilification against Philomena Mwilu. Brought out her marital issues. Like, okay, Amos Wako is a husband, but Amos Wako is a systems person. So what is it? You're fishing where? In what? In a pond that has no water? So they were trying to know, she's related to Amos Wako. Amos Wako, she was communicating with the Amos Wako is a systems guy. What else could he do vis-a-vis the status quo? And that's why she did not even apply when the position of Chief Justice fell vacant. She didn't. Neither did any of
that thing surprised me. That thing surprised me. Oh, Dr. Wanjala, for sure, I thought he was going to apply.
No, he could not. He could not. That was political. He could not.
Yeah.
It was political.
Yes.
He could not.
Yeah. You stand no chance. You're wasting time. Don't apply because it's choreographed. And that's why the Supreme Court is anomalous in the sense that if you look, it's called Daniel Ojuang, who had been nominated to head the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights.
Right, and then the one who declined, and then
yes, I don't know why he declined, but there are those who had gone to court to block his appointment because the deputy is male or something, so it should be.
But when declined, he said it was conflict of interest. I don't remember what the conflict was.
I don't know the issues there, but look at the Supreme Court. We have got a
president and Chief Justice and deputy.
By female.
Yep.
Can you see that? Yes, that's anomalous.
Look at even the executive. We have a male and male.
The executive.
You see the reason why it is different, Desmond. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was just trying to switch my internet. Yeah.
Okay. The difference is that judiciary is not elective. It is appointed. And therefore, you cannot make a mistake when appointing. You get? But elective is where the popular vote is like people will not say that.
I see.
That is why
makes sense.
They even want to remove the two-thirds because you cannot even decide which constituency can elect a woman and one cannot because people will.
Yeah.
That's why I said it's very difficult to achieve that two-thirds, especially at the ballot.
Yeah.
But outside that, we can have arrangement to have it.
Right.
You get?
Yeah.
So that's the difference between the
Calvin, before we to Fungi, can we hear from you for at least a minute? Then we agreed to close in 3 minutes. Calvin, please, Karibu. You came in at the tail end, so we were just wrapping and trying to kind of go through. Yeah. Karibu sana. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much for the mic. So just heard you speaking about Wamunyoro. So let me add or rather clarify his story. Wamunyoro has a case in court currently, and that's what's making him be so excited that he can actually be part of the next government. He can vie for a seat in the next 2027 elections. So what is happening right now? So under the current legal interpretations and precedent, Gachagua is likely disqualified from the future public office, including elective positions, unless courts rule in his favor. His own position is that the appeal process keeps his eligibility alive, emphasizing that his political fate lies in the judiciary, meaning the appeals he has put into the courts to review his impeachment are the ones keeping his his eligibility to run for presidency in the 2027 elections. And we are still fighting against that. This remains highly contested politically because he stands at a point where he's
Yeah.
already impeached.
Yeah, let me clarify that to you on where you're coming from. Yes, there's no contention. There's no contention, actually. It's only contention in his mind that impeachment. I think the confusion where people are really arguing from is when they think that maybe you have a criminal case, they talk about Waluke, they talk about all these kind of things. You go to court and the court sets aside to do this. The only option we have is what happened in South Korea. By the way, it has happened twice now, where the court, and there was another place where the court did away with that impeachment, and of course the lady went back to the office. If the court has not set aside that impeachment, he remains impeached, and the provisions of the Constitution stand. He cannot run. Now, if you go to court, you've been convicted of some a lower court, and then you go to appeal, and academics you can clarify. So once you have put in an appeal, then you have an option where the courts have made a mistake in the past, which we think is a mistake, but yes, then you have a chance to exhaust all the avenues you have. So this is not the same as a criminal case. Gachagua does not, and I don't even think, even in the mind of IBC, they think that he has a chance. He cannot even his papers cannot be accepted. He won't even be cleared by the IBC. So the answer to you, Kelvin, and I want you to proceed with your submission there, is that he does not stand a chance. He's gone. But I have to be clear. If the courts find there was, I think, them and I have been talking about there's an issue of procedural issues and all that, and they put it aside, then by all means he will run. But right now, nope, he's out. He's out.
Very, very, very true. Yeah, he's out. But remember, in Kenya, it's all about politics, is all about perception. If people want you, believe you me, the courts will find a way, and we do know corruption exists. So, welcome to Kenya. I believe I will end at that. Thank you for the chance.
No, if they let him off the hook, I mean, people will comply, and I'm telling you, it will be a big deal. That one we are not even disputing. Go ahead, academic. Final statement. Yeah.
Let me say something, then Western will close. Huh? So there is this thing that there is this trend that we are setting, and it's very dangerous. The trend we are setting is where we no longer recognize the voter. So we're in a place where our president is decided by a seventh bench people. This is very dangerous. I don't know how we are going to get out of this, but it's very dangerous. Because people, one day we will defy Supreme Court and say to hell with this. We can no longer accept it, because we are being pushed every time you go to Supreme Court. And that's why I say Supreme Court is for political purposes, as no any other function. They wait election, they are either nullify presidential or upheld that. So I think, how do we move from the Supreme Court battle so that people get confidence in the process? Because that is one of the things that make people feel like in any event, this thing will still reach in Supreme Court, will still end up in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court can only nullify or uphold election. They only have two options, and they will not even punish the perpetrators. They will just tell them, go and organize another election. How do we move from that?
I'll let Weston close with that. I don't want to lose Check you out. But I want to say that number one, do away with this nonsense of 14 days that the Supreme Court has to decide that, so that out of technicality you rule. Stop that thing. That I don't know where we were coming from. But secondly, any offense, those electoral offenses done by IBC, the ruling should be just send them to jail. Don't just give them, oh, go correct it. Is no, you committed something. We discover this, what's happening. Jail, unless you guide us and tell us that now you have to be taken now to be again tried by the High Court or something like that. But in reality, it's just Supreme Court should be able to send these people to jail and ask them to pay heavily, sometimes even for the entire presidential. What is it called? How much we spent on the presidential elections. But
Yeah, they cannot. No, they cannot do that.
Just fine.
And I know the reason why. There is no judge in Kenya who can go against the political class. They know they cannot. They will not go. So they are expecting what they cannot. They will not do that. You let them try to. You remember Uhuru warning Maraga that now nimekalia kiti sasa, umenalify lakini sasa nimekalia kiti. Sasa unaongea na president. And you see people laugh. And those things, those are the things that, in fact, could have disqualified Uhuru not to run. Because if you are threatening Supreme Court because election is nullified, look at such kind of things. And then people celebrate. I don't know whether we are going to change in Kenya or what. Desmond, take it away. Justice nimemaliza.
Justice, can you hear me? Yes. One thing is that the Supreme Court of Kenya is another superfluous layer. So it's another superfluous layer. Look, it's a highly political institution. Highly political. By that fact that it has got exclusive jurisdiction over the presidential petition, election petition, that rendered it political. So that we don't hear anything about the Supreme Court. Let me tell you how such courts work elsewhere. Like in South Africa, the Constitutional Court, this is how it works. You as an ordinary citizen, you have a right to bypass the lower court straight to the Constitutional Court. If the issues in question merit constitutional interpretation and they merit a final decision, you bypass the High Court, Court of Appeal, or whatever, those other lower courts. Go straight to the Constitutional Court. I don't know whether there's something like that. The last time I checked was the eligibility of or not of Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto to run for president. That matter was supposed to have been taken straight to the Supreme Court for a final ruling. They didn't do it. They took it, I don't know where. So it's just another superfluous layer, because when you set up such a court, clearly, you don't want it to be caught up in technicalities. This 14-day thing, Raila Odinga's 900-page evidence could not be admitted because it was time barred. What is that? you should not have room for technicality because your verdict is final. So you must be persuaded by the merits of the case. And how are you going to be persuaded? Admit the evidence. Don't rule on the basis of technicality. That's what Mutunga did, and he's here in civil society. People saying how he's earned these strips in civil society. What was that? What was that? So they began on the wrong footing. And that's why, if you look, how has this court contributed in terms of their enhancement of, law in Kenya, consumption of law in Kenya, access to justice in Kenya? Mutunga was talking about, I don't know, he's built many, buildings. So that's not access to justice. Another one will tell you how they have digitized filing of court cases. That's not access to justice. So they are into peripheral things as opposed to the substance of the matter. So, like in South Africa, you cannot just appeal also. That you lost in the Court of Appeal, they call it the Supreme Court of Appeal. And then you can just move the Wamunyoro thing you're hearing here. Wamunyoro argues that he's still appealing. The matter is still in the court. That's what it is. Because the court time is precious. They cannot afford to waste it on frivolous things. So when the Supreme Court of Appeal, what we call in Kenya Court of Appeal, rules on a matter, and you think that you are not satisfied with the ruling, and therefore you want to take it to the apex court, the Constitutional Court, you must first apply for leave to appeal. You must first apply. You ask the Constitutional Court that you want to appeal this matter. You will have to furnish them with the reasons why you want to appeal. They will have to ask for the evidence that the lower court relied on to make their verdicts. If they agree with the ruling of the lower court, that we have looked at the evidence, we have looked at the reasoning, we cannot arrive at a different verdict. Case finished. Case finished. Or if they look at it and say, okay, we agree with this ruling, but let's give it a chance. In the course of litigating it at this stage, we could arrive at a different verdict. It's not closed. Then they give you the green light to appeal. In Kenya, you just keep on appealing and wasting time. Like the BBI thing, the ruling by the High Court was so cogent. It was so cogent, philosophically and otherwise. It had to take judges who had been bought on the take to overturn that ruling by the High Court. And therefore, those who had read the ruling or followed the deliberations at the High Court, they had no doubts that the Court of Appeal would still affirm the ruling by the High Court. The Supreme Court would still affirm the ruling. So we waste the court's time in Kenya, JM Academia, we waste. That you can just appeal because you've got a right to appeal. No. You should apply that you want to appeal. And then they look at your application. And then they can tell, no, we will not arrive at a different verdict here. We agree with the ruling by the lower court, which in this case is Court of Appeal in Kenya. So we can't. It would be a waste of court time. You know why, Justice? Because where I say, if you are a society of law as opposed to a society of work, when I juxtapose the US and China, a society of lawfare, nothing works and nothing moves. Because those things are caught up in legal battles, and legal battles are never resolved easily. They can run for years and things are not moving. So the courts have put a suspension on this particular decision until when things don't move. But that doesn't mean you tolerate impunity. What you're saying is that Lawbreakers can also weaponize the judiciary. And in Kenya, actually, majority of the people who go to the courts actually don't believe in the rule of law. That's the irony. The majority of the people are quick to go to the courts to seek injunctions, anticipatory bail. I don't know. These people don't believe in the rule of law. If you are accused of corruption as a governor, why are you asking the courts to prevent the police from arresting you? Why are you asking the courts to prevent the investigative agencies from accessing your bank accounts? Why? If there's nothing to hide. But these people go to courts and obtain very weird, rulings in their favor. No, you cannot access Hidero's bank account. Like, what do you mean? This person has been a public figure. He's been accused of corruption. How else are you going to obtain evidence? But they do it. Why? Because the judiciary is weaponized in Kenya. Justice is weaponized in Kenya. And that's why it's an elite thing. Ordinary people don't have access to justice. It's the elite thing. They can play games with the courts and those judges. Some of those judges for the longest time have been on the take. And if you listen to people like Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi, they understand those corridors. They will tell you jurisprudence. Well, he may have a beef with the Supreme Court, but he understands those corridors so well. He's been in those corridors for many years. So when he says these corridors are soaked in corruption, it's not vendetta. You may have issues with this politics. Is he benefiting now or is outside? But for him to say these corridors are mired in corruption, that's the case. And therefore, justice, it still takes us back to the very, very question. In a society where impunity is not combated comprehensively and from a political standpoint, this is the position. You combat impunity politically, not through legal institutions and structures, politically. A crusade by the president or whoever it is, the prime minister, if that's the executive person in your country, that must be their crusade. That's how you win. But if you say, no, the constitution says this and this, I've got a right to appeal, well, you may find a judge who is favorable to the litigant and is going to rule favorably to this litigant to the detriment of the rest of the society. What do you do? So that's what Wamunyoro is doing. Otherwise, JM, you know that impeachment is a political process. It's a political process. In fact, governors going to courts to obtain what, questioning the process and what have you. The only problem is if people are doing those kind of things for ulterior motives. You want to impeach a governor for ulterior motives or to settle political scores. Otherwise, if people think that yeah. Yes, correct. Yes, absolutely. Yes, it's yes. No, here here we think you can go to the courts to obtain reprieve. No, this process is exclusively political. Because when judges at the courts intervene, often they're likely to engage in judicial overreach. Likely. And that also contravenes the doctrine of separation of power. Because the National Assembly will argue that, but we are not. No, they shouldn't. Final. I agree with you. Final. It's case finished. Case finished.
lakini
That is it.
lakini Jesmond hapo kwa Senate you see the narrative that they peddle is that the Senate can be biased and can be bought. Then the follow-up question is, if the Senate, no, just wait. If the Senate can be bought, we can also buy judges. If that's if that's the no, if that's the
Correct.
narrative, we can also buy
Correct.
judges.
Yes.
Yes. Hmm?
Correct. Correct. You know, justice. They try to run away also from that night swearing in scandal. That Kibaki night swearing in scandal. The drafters of this constitution also try to run away from it. Yes, they did, but they didn't succeed. They did not, because the 14-day, deadline. I mean, how do you know that a presidential petition can be, adjudicated within 14 days? How do you know? Then you ask them, what were you running away from? Yes. I mean, just ask them, look here, why don't you just make it the way it is in the US? Because you borrowed a lot from there, or even Nigeria. That elections can be held in our case, it's in August. But the person who has been declared president will be sworn in, say, in December or January. Yeah. Why? What is it? What is the fear? Yes. What is the fear? Can you imagine? People are hurrying up. People are hurrying up, preparing, I don't know, documents. I mean, how? Within 14 days. That's not a lot of time. It's not a lot of time. Yes. I mean, it's not necessary. That pressure is not absolutely necessary. It's not. It's just like a lot of power. That Supreme Court is more political than anything else. And then, therefore, we are not likely to have any presidential election that will not end up at the Supreme Court anytime soon.
The- Nemi, justice. The problems sometimes. The problem sometimes we have. You see, when court session is on, like this petition, you see, it is not the judges to tell us that that evidence is not convincing. It is actually the people who vote that can see that this is evidence. These people cannot defend. You see, like in the case of the 2016, they could have not done it. 2017, they could, yes, they could have not done it any other way apart from nullifying the election because it was so clear that the burden of proof were shifted to the IBC and they could not even defend it. So how then do you uphold that election? So but 2013 was no, it was at the altar of technicality. It was technicality at the altar of technicality. But you see, and this and you see this thing of Supreme Court is final if they decide like that of 2013, okay, like 2013 on the technicality, not on the merit. So what do you have to do? You say, okay, fine, they have decided, so then we move on. No, that No, I think Ndoki is more political because she was emphasizing on the number of votes that can alter or can tilt the figure. So, so yeah, so but that if these people are reporting to you that the process is mad with irregularity, how then do you rely on the numbers in the first place? Yeah. Hmm? Yes, exactly. Hmm? Hmm. Exactly. So you cannot talk of numbers. But you see what we need to do. You see what what we need, what we need to do. In fact, even judges, they should exonerate themselves from this political question. Sometimes they entertain a lot of politicians and then they give them power. There's like the case of Sakaja. Look, a judge, a judge, a judge is entertaining whether you have a degree or not. Why do a judge entertain that? Because, yeah, why would a judge sit down to hear whether you have a degree or not? They should dismiss you. No, I was wondering, why would a whole judge entertain whether somebody has a degree or not? It's a very basic thing. You either have degree or not, and then you stop question. You say, fine, bring your degree. I'm giving you 30 minutes. We are just here. Get us your degree, whether online or what. It's simple thing, and then you are done. But you see, you want to. There are things you cannot litigate. It's a very straightforward thing. You go to court. You should be dismissed immediately. Yeah, even this of what Western was talking about this appeal. People, you see, we are turning into a litigation society. Everything you have to go to court. This backlogs. Everything you go to court and then you mention and then here and then court process and all that. So I think we should when things are things to do with impeachment. Those are political things. It should end with the Senate, period. You have got nothing to appeal. Hmm?
Wait, JM, when you have attorneys like Ndegu and Jill, you know, you're bound to make mistakes. Seriously, you are bound to make serious mistakes. Yes, he's there. Yeah, yeah. I think they didn't let him. I mean, lead that team. They didn't.
No, it's no, look, no, it is not. You see, like me, Nani, I don't know whether I'm too academic or too. I want thing to say straight. These people are wasting time in the corridors of justice. And even these judges sometimes I agree with the Harvey Nelson now, even if he's part of the he's part of the jurisprudence maybe. Sometimes you wonder why a judge would entertain something that is so straightforward, and you sit for more than 30 minutes listening to them. You should dismiss these people. Like, you see, somebody is going to appeal on accounts of more than 30. So you wonder, what exactly do you want? Because when you move into court of appeal to appeal a certain thing, you should make your presentation within less than 5 minutes. The reason why appealing, period. Why do you have to account on this, account on this, and account on this, and account? So many, you are wasting judiciary's time. You should just do one thing on the ground, because when it is law, it's just law. You don't need to prove 100 million things. This is not a criminal case. You simply, on the basis of this one, I'm appealing because of 1, 2, 3. I'm seeking redress or interpretation of the same. Simple. But you see this. No, 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 no.
Can
I'm
I please?
saying, I'm saying judges should rise to the occasion where they are supposed even to help the litigant. They say, look, when you come here, this is what I expected to do. So next time, don't waste our time. But you see,
Okay,
judges
can
will
I go
dismiss
next?
them. Yes,
Can
judges
I
will
go next?
dismiss them or will tell them to come later, but not telling them the reason why this thing cannot go. They want to entertain them. Sometimes I feel like the judges are also part of this conduit. They should exonerate themselves from. Make things so clear.
Yeah. We are speaking as if the judiciary is so perfect. Okay, let me just say that the judiciary is part of the government, and anything that is part of the government, I know it's compromised. I know. Like, even I'm actually thinking right now that Gashagwa could not be cut, or rather, maybe is not so organic as we assume he is. Maybe he's a planted opposition. You never know. This, yeah. Hey, let me give you an idea of how it could be. So, the one thing I know about President Ruto, he is not a fool. He has been planning these years of his term for decades, if not even more years to that. So, on that note, he may have planted a Gashagwa. Maybe they never fell out as we saw, as maybe they made us see. Okay, so they said they have fallen out. He came out. he was impeached, and then now he's still impeached, but yet can still run for presidency. I don't know if you can see that. The best way to handle an enemy is to make an enemy for yourself and control that enemy. It's very easy to handle an opposition that is your own. I don't know if you know. Just see it. I'm not saying it exists. I'm saying we should look at everything as it can be, because believe me, the people.
Justice, Justice, can I go next?
Okay. Yeah. Say, say, would I add something before I end, please? Okay. As I started before, I said politics in Kenya is all about perception. What people believe is what is there. So now people know that Mr. Gashagwa is rooting, or rather bidding, for the presidential seat, and it will come to pass. And if the government is truly, or rather Ruto is truly an opposition against Gashagwa, he must use his powers as he usually does, to remove him, or rather execute him from that chance of vying for presidency, because he can be a very true, or rather true competitor towards him. That's all I can say, but good night. Thank you for the chance.
Amesema nini? Hata sikuwa ni nini, nilikuwa nafanya kitu ingine. Hebu rudia. They were Munyoro and Ruto. We may say these people are, but maybe behind the curtains, we don't know. So I believe they are not in good terms. Wamunyoro is impeached, and so he stands impeached until further notice. I don't know whether the Supreme Court, even if they go up to Supreme Court, Supreme Court will not reverse that. Even by the time we reach the Supreme Court, it will be no sense. They will just say you impeached, or even if they reverse it, they will look up to 2022, 2032, not 2027. But that's another story. So for now, what we know, Rigiji is not going to run for for elections in 2027 unless the Supreme Court overturns that impeachment. And in my view, if it was for political purposes in another way that they wanted it to be there and then it is overturned, then it can work that way, because in Kenya, sometimes you cannot rule those things. We've seen how people behave in the past, and you realize that they are just political gimmicks.
JM, let me just word. JM, you see, impeachment members of parliament impeaching. So can you go and sue for peace? If you can't, you usually resign to fight another day. Because the consequences of impeachment are usually dire. They are dire in the sense that if you're a president in functioning jurisdictions and you're impeached, you're not even a former president. This thing you hear, former deputy, you're not even a former president, you're just an ordinary citizen. What does that mean? It means you lose all the benefits that are due to a retired president. No security for you. That salary that you're entitled to is not there for you. The workers that the state must provide for you until you die, not there for you. The medical aid, not there for you, because you've been impeached. That's how serious it is, impeachment. And therefore, people who cannot survive it, and they want at least to retain certain modicum of respectability, you resign. You don't fight to the end when you actually sense odds are stacked against you. And then later on, we Munyori is asking the state to pay him his salary until the end. I don't know. Like, that's impunity. That's completely impunity. It doesn't work like that. You don't fight impeachment and you lose, and then you insist that you be treated as a former president or a former deputy president. No, you go home as an ordinary citizen. That's how it happens in functioning jurisdiction. The other thing about, are we tired of conspiracy theories? This is what was said when Ruto fell out with the Uhuru Kenyatta. No, they haven't fallen out. But aren't we tired of conspiracy theories? Like why? Like, do we think that these politicians can't differ? They will differ because their differences are usually parochial. They're not about big things. So the Kenyan political elite will differ a lot more than political elite elsewhere, because what separates them? Just power for its own sake. And therefore you are likely to clash a lot more. So when you see Wamunyoro and the president don't get along, clearly they don't get along. Because what does Wamunyoro stand for when you listen to him? What does he stand for? Where you can say, okay, he will tell William Ruto, we must take this country this direction. These are the things we promised the Kenyan people. Let's stick to that. You think when they were still getting along, those are the conversations we're having? No. The conversations were about, let's appoint this, bring that person, these are my positions. And then you look around, how can you mint money? You as a deputy president, how can you mint money around? The way they do it. You're going to clash. So they've actually clashed and fallen out. And if they were to come together, it will be Wamunyoro surrender If you see Wamunyoro and the president together and smiling for the camera, that would be Wamunyoro's surrender. I've surrendered. Could you, which would be in itself a violation of the Constitution? I've surrendered in exchange for my benefit as a former deputy president. That would itself be a violation of the Constitution. If something like that happens, then, like chapter 6, that impeachment thing would be dead in the water. Don't even invoke it going forward, because this must set a precedent. If it doesn't set a precedent, you can't invoke impeachment going forward. Don't even invoke it in relation to the president. If you cannot impeach a deputy president with finality, who is this who tells you that members of parliament can impeach a president? Like, we can't impeach a deputy president and get over that business and move on. It's still haunting the Kenyan political landscape. Now, can you imagine impeaching a president? Can we even afford? We cannot afford. So whoever tells you, no, these members of parliament can impeach the president, is lying, because he's sleepwalking, he's not alert. He's not alert because the deputy president has not gone home and kept quiet. He's still circulating in our politics. Then will you process a sitting president from politics through impeachment? Let's see how you go about it. It's near impossible.
And Western, just on your topic, to build on it, just under 30 seconds. These MPs, most of them, they are in that parliament, courtesy of Raila Odinga, courtesy of President Ruto. They cannot just impeach them. It's so simple.
Absolutely. They are beholden to Raila Odinga and William Ruto. So tell me where they will get the courage to impeach William Ruto. Tell me where they will get the courage. No. Jim, let me ask you, first, to add on to what academia say. Tell me any single ODM member of parliament who, during the ODM parliamentary group meeting, chaired by Raila Odinga, can stand up and say, with due respect, I differ with you. Who is that? Is it Sifuda? Is it Babu Wino? Is it Caleb Amis? Who is that? Mention, pick any. But this one here, when Raila is chairing the ODM parliamentary group meeting, can stand up and say, no, I don't agree on that. Who is it? The same thing with UDA. Who is in UDA? When William Ruto is chairing, is it a UDA parliamentary group meeting or a cabinet? Can raise their hand and say, Mr. President, on that issue, I don't agree with you, and these are my reasons. Who is that person? So you've got those kind of people, but you still think they can bring a motion of impeachment like the president. No. If you are to think like that, it means you don't actually understand this politics. You don't. It's not that easy. These people psychologically, they are demobilized. When they are in the presence of Raila Odinga, completely demobilized. When they are in the presence of William Ruto, completely demobilized. They can only shout outside there when they are addressing press conferences and the political rallies. But in their presence, they are meek like this, rained on. They can't speak. James, I hear it. Look at Oruoba case. The other thing that our courts don't understand, that they don't have to entertain every other matter that comes before them. They don't. It's a waste of time, because there are very many genuine cases in Kenya. Look, yes, you've got freedom of association. That's guaranteed in the Constitution, Bill of Rights. But you cannot force a political party to have you as their member when they think that, no, they no longer need you. No, you can't. Because it's voluntary. Being a member of a political party is voluntary. And that's why we are a multi-party democracy. So if you, the leaders or the owners in quotes of this political party, you don't think that I merit my membership, I no longer fit whatever it is that you subscribe to. Therefore, you have expelled me. JM, the recourse is not to go to the court. Because how have they, violated your rights? How have they? Because this is not the only political party in town. How have they violated your rights? It's not the only political party. In fact, they did not even spell to you. If the courts were to ask you, they didn't spell to you the reasons as to why they nominated you to parliament. They did not. Often they didn't. You just received an SMS or some word that you are amongst the people who have been nominated to the Senate or National Assembly. And you found yourself there, you were sworn in, you started earning a salary. So on what basis do you contest when they revoke your nomination and membership? On what basis? On what basis? And the courts entertain those kind of cases. What do you mean? You can't force me to associate myself with a particular political formation. You can't. Neither can you force that party to admit a member that they think no longer fits in their fold. As I hear, James, the other case was about majority party I think in both houses. You recall that ruling? You would ask yourself, that case had been filed at the height of the polarization between UDA and Azimio. So it was natural. Azimio went to court. You're the majority party. We want to occupy our rightful place in both houses. As usual, this court sat on that matter. As usual. Later, the ODM part of Azimio is not getting along with UDA. They have even, shared positions. They're getting along. Then some judge or judges make a ruling that Azimio is the majority party. Like, weird. It is weird. Because at that stage,
bado mogenda takukwana abantu bali bane togenda engoma ino.
JM, is that you talking? like prophesying, like some talking in tongues. So like some prophecy.
Somebody said something,
So
but I
saying,
think they are alluding that submit, then others submit.
We can see everybody.
Those many. Okay. Watu watakuja kwa so tungekaa hapa hadi kesho.
Akingoma zaina togende moino egera bangwana bakwanire.
I was waiting for this guy to land, but I'm like, we gone to JM. Wow.
Tata tuabutira ega tutakugenda moino bamintu ga.
We've been sitting where we've been not recognized and wanted.
Abakubwa daro ne moino chirachire moino.
Okay.
Now justice maragatano nga bamintu justice gankwane.
Now I can. Oh my goodness! Wait a minute. This is even strange. Now I can see we have been.
Listen,
for me, I thought. Did you hear me? No.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear me? Hang on a second. Did you hear me casually telling people that we are just Jared? I was telling the guy, Kelvin, that don't go. We are just hanging out because we are done. Because I could only see two people. And
you have
Kelvin.
like so many speakers up here.
Oh man, what?
They wanted to say something, but it's okay.
No. We'll say something.
These technologies, we understand them.
Yeah.
Let Western land. Let him
land. Yeah, let him land, and we can hear. Yeah, but this one is really my fault because
yasisinje at issue na serikali wagana and wajiko lobby in the US. It is what everybody else is doing. So it's nothing new. Everybody is paying everyone to lobby in the US, so that is expected. My actually big concern is how that information did actually come out. But everybody pays people to lobby in DC, so that is nothing new there. Initially, I had somebody saying uh, uh, something about justice moving quick and stuff, but in Kenya, it doesn't work like that. Systems are actually designed so that it takes very long to get a decision. There's nothing anybody can do about it. If those nominees are 30, sub, if people are taking their case to the Court of Appeal and you have 30, I'm forgetting the name, then all of them must, they have to present on each and every case, every cause, every argument, every allegation. It is how systems are designed to. And to be honest, nobody wants a quick ruling on whether Gachagua is eligible or not. Even Gachagua himself does not want it. So the longer he stays in the courts, the good for him. It shows an illusion of seeking justice when he knows, the outcome is predetermined. So that is how system. It is not. Him wanting to run. The illusion of I want to run and I'm not allowed to run is more beneficial to him than him actually being in a position of running. That is what you guys are not, you don't want to accept. Yes. So, yes. And that, it's the same way our great old man, the ancestor, has been doing, in the sense of, you are in a position whereby it's an illusion that you want to win, but you really don't want to win. So this works for him because if Gachagua goes out there and gets 50, 60 MPs, it's more beneficial to him as opposed to him running and failing. Are you getting that reasoning? That so it's okay. No, the idea is not in this race to win. Is in this race to get as most members of parliament as possible. Then that way, he can use those people to negotiate outside the system. What Raila has been doing, whereby you gather enough people and then use them to bargain. It has nothing to do with you actually make more money outside government in a Raila role than if you you in government where people are looking at you and asking questions. So far, nobody's asking which what Raila got from this because nobody knows what he got. That is what Gachagua is doing. There's already a template that is.